Welcome to the Pseudo Intellectual podcast. I'm your host, Six, and today we have Stuffy,
Uh-huh.
Oz and Select,
Hello, hello.
Fulminatus,
Oh.
and someone who just isn't quite here yet.
You.
Someone else who isn't quite here yet.
You've been off of Mars for quite a while, man.
Yet.
Haven't come back.
Freaking plot progressor B. Alright, I'm gonna share in Discord. So the topic today is going to be about, just isekai in general and stuff like that. More so, we were curious if there was any kind of isekai that goes and kind of just has a speed run like feel to it, or has a lot of glitches and people trying to abuse the system to the point that it is clearly that wasn't the intent of it. Joe, do you happen to know any anime like this or isekai like this?
They're not as frequent. Most of them tend to fall under the sort of like VR MMO like label more than isekai, honestly. There is one that I distinctly remember in terms of its content. I don't remember the name because it's been such a long time since I read it, but like it's one where a character learns that he's sent to another world, he's reincarnated in another world, but this world is exactly like this really shitty game that he remembered playing, and he realizes that he can become really strong by just running in one spot over and over and over again.
That's exactly what we want.
It's what he did because it's what he did in the game, and hey, you know what? Turns out it worked. So he was just like, yeah, I don't remember the name. God damn it, I don't remember the name.
He becomes broken by crouching and jumping down a hill.
Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff talking about like him like abuse. Like there's like a lot of stuff about like him abusing like frame canceling, and when like he's talking to a character. I believe she's like a nun. I believe she's a nun or something in a church, and he's talking to a character. And he essentially says like he knows that he can like he can essentially run through the conversation tree if he chooses a specific option. So he just keeps saying this thing over and over again to get to get a good secret quest. Because he's just abusing like the conversation tree and all that kind of stuff. So there are stuff like that, but they're not as frequent. Because they're largely like VR MMO like stuff more than isekai.
Well,
where all you have to do is learn the console commands.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with also VR MMO thrown into the classification, if you happen to know any like that as well. But that seems very interesting about the running and just gaining more power from that.
Well, you could just like type in like kusoge, like you can type in just like kusoge into like shousetsu, and there's like you can just go from the tags from there. There's like there's a bunch of there is one that's like kusoge online, for instance, where they're playing just like a really shitty game. But that one is a little bit more earnest. That one's a little bit more honest because it's not so much like oh, this game is shitty, haha, but it's more so like, it's a shitty game, but we like playing this because this is the only game like we can afford, kind of thing.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
I'm getting a question DM'd to me. It says, on Hanu... Fuck it, I'm just gonna bring him in instead. I don't know how to say that.
Did I accidentally log myself out? Damn.
No.
Maybe.
Oh, no, I'm talking
Hey,
about
Mr.
the
Cynical.
person.
There
What's
you
up?
go.
Hey, Rika.
Sorry to get started into the conversation I was just added. What were you guys talking about?
Oh, you said you had a question for him.
Oh yeah, I have a question, Joe. What's your opinion on what's it called? I don't know if you've watched it or read it. Was it Ascendance of a Bookworm or Honozuki no Gecko Kuju?
Oh yeah, Centers of a Bookworm.
Yes. Wanted
I
to know
think
your
it's.
opinions on that.
I like it in general. I like it in general. I'm. Let me. I think I can describe it as I should warn a lot of people in that like my tastes tend to gravitate towards intensely mediocre things, and Ascendance of a Bookworm seems like it's.
Not mediocre.
Yeah, you know, I know that sounds like a weird thing to like say, right? But if that makes sense, right? You know, it's very, even in terms of like show sets and stuff, it's very different. It because like it came out during this time period where like a lot of the stuff was just either like shoujo, it was like shoujo manga, like isekai, like sort of like Alice in Wonderland, or like sort of like very like generic novel, but just add female characters kind of thing. Or as we're going into now, we're seeing like really big like otome game stuff, right? And Ascendance of a Bookworm to me is like one of those like interesting rare premises that like isn't really one or the other really. It's sort of just kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of there. I do like them talking about like different types of paper though. That was cool.
Okay.
You know?
Okay, now I actually have to watch it because like I got really bored within the first 5 minutes of the first episode.
I mean, it's a slow burn in general.
Oh, it's a very slow burn. Yeah.
It's like for like 7 or 8 episodes, the girl is just slowly trying to do anything. It's like that's basically it. She's like she's poor. Everything and everyone is poor, and she just barely is surviving. And it's like other like different, unlike other, I don't know, isekai or anything else. She doesn't have much. I mean, she does have powers, but it's like nothing manifested. She just has to just slowly grind her way. Like it takes
Yeah,
like for like
it's
2 years just to like do anything before she attains like any amount of like she has to learn to read.
Oh, okay. I was about to
Yeah.
say, you know, it's a realistic isekai when your superpower is I can read.
I mean, her superpower is literally just I read books in the past, but I can't apply it because I have to first learn to write and read, and she doesn't do that
Yeah.
in like 8 episodes or so.
Oh
Yeah, it's
god,
Insane. Like she literally starts off in a poor family, surrounded by no one and with no books because it's literally a poor ass backwards like town. It's not
Sounds
really a poor town,
unrelatable
but
to
it's like it's insane. It's like different from other isekais that everyone has like not supernatural
Yeah.
power, gaming powers, or like I know otaku knowledge, therefore I'm superior. It's just I've read books and that's kind of it, and I know nothing else.
it's like
Yeah.
so
Really
once
insane.
I learn this language, I can apply it.
And even then, like she barely just survives by being able to like meet someone that just takes an
Which
interest in her. It's
brings up one of my favorite tropes of any transfer to another world type thing, where the language of that world is similar to the language of the world you were raised in your past life. Because, like, to me, that's just hilarious.
I mean, can't really have an alien language no one in the audience would understand. So
Yeah, but kind of the point is it makes it really easy for the player to adapt also. Whereas I think ReZero did this where the first
ReZero pretty much has it where the spoken language is the same, but the written language is completely different. He actually didn't know a single thing about
he had
their
to
written.
spend 5 episodes learning to read.
Yeah, I think it was 4, but even then, by the end of season 1, it's not that he's like, oh, now I can read and whatnot. He's just barely competent to the point of he can read a nursery rhyme. Yeah.
Which, to be fair, would teach him kind of how the sentences are structured. So it's a huge step.
Yeah. What's it called? The one thing I do think ReZero a bit differently from most that I've seen is it seems relatively fast for every single other show that I've seen. When they go and try to learn the other language, it's like it's done nearly instantly or in like one episode. It's not something that is a common occurrence throughout each episode whenever it's needed to read or write something. Kind of like which one of the plots of the thing was what's it called, was based on the fact that he couldn't read or write in ReZero. When he sent the blank message, he thought Amelia would have understood that, hey, this is a message from him, but he doesn't know how to relay it, so he just sent a blank message. And he didn't know that in that what's it called, in that nation, that is seen as a declaration of war. But yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to leave soon. Sorry, I just wanted to ask Joe about his opinion on Ascendance of a Bookworm.
Yeah, I feel like Rika, it's how can I describe it? I feel like it's a really bad idea to ask me on Isekai Rex, because like
Oh no, I wasn't asking you on. I already watched the show. I just wanted to know your opinion on it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
because
I mean, like
You're
I think
the
it's a
only
really
person I know who talks about isekai, so might as well ask you.
I think it's a really bad idea to ask me about like what my thoughts are on individual isekai shows, because like I'm literally like the kind of person who like watched Death March and I was like, this is great, yeah.
So you actually watch for escapism then?
No, I don't watch it for escapism. It's that I think Death March is actually doing something pretty interesting.
He watches it so he
To
can
be
feel
fair, I've
secure.
seen a lot of very terrible shows
Oh, that one.
that actually had an interesting concept, like that thing that came out
Foodie.
like 3 or 4 seasons ago, Master of Ragnarok or whatever.
Oh, I heard
It was
about that.
absolutely atrocious,
I don't think I've seen that.
but it had an interesting concept.
Isekai smartphone.
No, that did not have an interesting fucking concept.
Look, all your powers come from a smartphone? Dude, that is
first
like...
of all-
so-
Except they didn't.
First of all, I can't talk about Isekai smartphone until Patra unblocks me on Twitter. All right. Okay.
They block you on a smartphone.
I don't know. Well, it was just like,
That would be too
well, look,
corny.
okay. Not going to, I'm not trying to victim blame here, but they had open DMs, bro. Of course, I was going to slide into them. I was even like, oh yes, excuse me, I have a question. Yeah, I have questions.
So your first
DM
mistake was question was made plural.
Well, I just kept asking. I just kept asking. I was like, I just kept saying, "Sensei ni shitsumon mo ii desu ka?" And then every single time, I was like, "Oh, I guess they didn't see my message the last time, even though it literally said fucking red." And I was like, "I'll just keep asking." I was just like,
no.
Then one day I just got blocked. I'm just like, "Well, I guess they read it."
No, Joe.
Look, Rika, how else do you think I get my isekai information, dude? I just brute force my way into authors like DMs.
It's so funny.
I'm not Crunchyroll. I don't have industry access. I'm just some dude with like 30k subs on YouTube. I'm just like, hey, can I ask you questions?
Just
yeah, but you're also an academic, man. You can get grants for that shit.
Just say that you're
Not that you
independent-
do. I mean, I
what's
imagine
the
they
name?
went for the grants at something a little bit more, I don't know, high profile.
What's the term? Independent researcher?
Yeah,
Yeah.
independent scholar, I think is what they
Independent
call
scholar.
them.
That's
Yeah.
it. Just say you're that.
Yeah, yeah, I'll put my university's letterhead. I'll be like, yeah, this is research endorsed by the University of Trent. Please answer my questions. You are legally obliged.
There you go. Wow,
I
legally
mean,
obliged.
anyone with a brain in their head will go, "No, I'm not."
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
Jesus.
In fact, you would
Fine.
think like using a university's letterhead would make the person less likely to oblige.
Uh, really? Really?
No,
got-
all you
it-
gotta
I've-
say is there's money involved, and then they will
I've-
oblige
Eh.
instantly.
I've gotten a lot. Well, you can't really offer money because that could be
Yeah.
an ethics issue.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that is definitely an ethics issue. Right?
But usually, so what I usually say, right, is what I usually say when I reach out is I essentially write out in Japanese, my name is Joe. I'm researching isekai. I'm interested in your work about, such and such, and then, I usually talk about the work that I'm interested in asking them about. And then I say, I'm currently writing an article about isekai. Is it okay if I can ask you a few questions? And then I also add like a sort of like ethical thing at the end where I say like, I'm more than happy to keep you anonymous or not publish your information if you don't want to. And usually they either say sure, or they just don't respond. So that's usually what happens.
I just
But-
fucking said hi, Joe. Hi, I'm Joe, and that's it.
Hi, I'm Joe. Hey. So at first,
Sorry.
I did it like that. I was like, "Hey, can I ask you some questions?" you know. And it's funny because like one of the first people to say yes to that was Hiro Tanki, who's the world customized creator author, and he's like, "Yeah, sure, what up?"
Wow.
That's actually kind of cool.
amazing.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. There are
Oh my
some
God, jeez.
there are some people where it's just like there are some people who will end up like ghosting or not responding to you for very good reasons, primarily because they've signed some sort of agreement with the publisher like not to do it, because in most situations you have to go through the publisher. So, if they got like a book coming out or like an adaptation or something, like sometimes what they'll say is they'll be like, please contact my publisher, please contact my editor, etc., etc. Which, I normally wouldn't have a problem with that, but the problem here is that like editors and publishers are really stingy about what kind of questions you can ask them. Because they only see these interview conversations as like opportunities to sell their shit,
Right.
Mhm.
so they're like, you can't so you can't be all like, what do you think about like the spat of slavery in isekai stories, like they don't want those questions. So it's kind of a mess.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, I wish I had the resources
I
that
mean-
Crunchyroll has.
The obvious answer is there's not enough.
Well, the obvious answer is there's a difference in the culture surrounding slavery.
Yes. Technically, yes. Oh man. So that's pretty much your experience with DMing authors and whatnot.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I have not yet met an author who was just like, so I have not yet met an author who's like an asshole or anything. Like they've all been really nice. Even the ones who have said like no, they've been like, they've all been very like diplomatic about it. They've all been, I understand, what you want to do, and that sounds interesting, but I just can't. Or please contact my publisher, and then we can go from there, or something like that, right?
I'm
they've all
sorry.
been.
I'm sorry, I can't do this, but right now my family has a ransom. I have to get everything. here and ready and go.
Um,
So bye. I can't do the interview. Bye. But no, I see what you mean. What's it called? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I guess
I'm not sure what Kanye's going for.
Kanye. He's going for Wakanda.
Like, I'm sitting here going anti-vaccine, pro-life, America first foreign policy, reinstating school prayer, and then organization model based on Wakanda. Wait, does that mean I can become president by beating him?
I thought it's more of he wants black supremacy. Oh.
Or maybe he just knows the secret to a big mountain full of really good metal.
You know?
I mean, I always thought that would just involve taking over Norway, but...
I mean, you could turn California into scrap metal. Alright, what's it called? God damn it. What? He's not in here yet, and I don't want to start that whole conversation without him because he has a lot to say.
which conversation?
There is the next one on how. We'll say it when he
Making
gets
an
here.
Isekai out of speed running.
Oh,
Like, god damn it, plot picked this time. He was ready. He was in the freaking thing, and then he had to leave and say AFK. Like,
Yeah,
right
he
when
said
we
he's-
started.
Like,
he said
to
he's
be
coming
fair,
back in like
why not
10 or 20.
develop this idea over like 3 hours of shooting the shit?
Fucking plot. I don't
That's
know
it. Well,
we all based this whole thing around his time, and then he didn't fucking show up on time.
Well, he did, but
All right. What were something else? So, Joe, what's you're like reading a fuck ton of isekai and all that. Which one do you find most interesting that you're reading currently? It's like what, you have like 500 different ones you're reading or something?
No, when I say 1,000 isekai, that's a literal. That's not only is that a reference to Delis and Quatari, 1,000 plateaus, but no, I'm literally reading like 1,000 of these suckers. There's a lot of them. The most interesting
How?
one. What?
How? That's like
I have a Shousetsu account and like everything. It's not that hard because like they update irregularly, right? And like the ones that do update regularly update like in very small bits and pieces.
okay, so it's like reading Gunnar Krieg and a bunch of other webcomics.
Yeah, you just read like you spend like an hour and a half like a day just reading them, and then boom, you're just like caught up.
miss a day and it will be a bit
like
of backlog.
Like yeah, if you want to dive into like 1,000 isekai at once, then yeah, we're in retard territory. But like I started reading off about like 100 when I first started the videos, and then it just kept growing in terms of the list, and then that's when I changed the video titles to 1,000 isekai because I was just like, oh, this is getting rough. But I think the funnest one, right? I think the funnest one is I don't know about interesting, because interesting can be like a lot of different things, and like I've already demonstrated to Rika, my definition of interesting is incredibly
Interesting.
inchoate, I'd say. Yeah, my definition of interesting is interesting, to be diplomatic. But Kumo Deska is a lot of fun. It does like it does one of those things where like it takes like a very simple idea and then runs with it to a really interesting conclusion. Like one of the things that it does, for instance, is that like because elves live so long in this world, they're essentially walking Terminators, and therefore they're like incredibly dangerous.
So it takes it to the logical conclusion.
Is that a reference to Scrappy too?
No,
Oh, okay.
It's just going, okay, if this thing has 1,000 years, it's obviously going to be very difficult to fight.
Yeah, it does stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a lot of fun. It's also one of those ones where it's like it has a very clear like sort of like so it's got like the sort of general like Nadir Ascension kind of storytelling arc where it's just like they start off at the lowest point very clearly and then they just constantly keep crawling upwards, you know? And it does it really well, I think, because even though they do get powerful pretty quickly, they don't. They never really Kumiko never really like brute forces her way necessarily to, she never really brute forces her way into like the sort of like Naruto space that we see in a lot of like isekai, right, where they just run unchecked, you know. She still has like people who can fuck her up.
All right. Yeah, that.
Also, the protag is a spider, which is different.
And we got all kinds of protagonists here. We got Onsen protagonists. We got
Isekai Onsen. Isekai Onsen is interesting.
We got vending machine protagonists.
Oh my god, yeah, I heard about that, and I thought it was supposed to be some kind of like joke, like when I saw it.
Vending machine isekai?
Yeah, I thought it was just a joke, and then I see it's not.
Oh no, that one's been around for a while.
Yeah, no, I saw it when it was coming out like a few years ago. Well, I mean, I first saw it a few years ago. I don't know.
But just like the Onsen isekai,
so
it's a joke when it first comes out.
So there is something that like there's something that I've kind of I feel like you guys have probably noticed it as well, but there's like this ongoing theme of isekai protags that get reincarnated as like talking objects, but also become like erstwhile dads in this other world. Like it happened with Vending Machine, and it also happened with isekai Tensei Ken, the sword one.
Yeah.
Where like they're objects, but like they become like they turn into like inanimate objects that are used by like, these cute anime girls, but they also become like Ursat's fathers, because it's like, oh, I have to protect her, etc., etc.
I'm going to ask you, do you think that might have something to do with the popularity of slime?
I don't know if it's necessarily Slime's popularity. The thing is, like, a lot of like stuff like this was kind of around before Slime. I'm not entirely sure why these kinds of stories are written this way, because none of these authors would talk to me, bro.
They probably think you're trying to make fun of them.
Yeah, I was just like, no, I need to know. I'm an independent scholar, please. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it. I don't think it's Slime, because they've kind of been around before Slime. So I don't know. Sorry, I don't really have an answer for it.
I mean, I never actually what's it called? I never actually read the ones with inanimate objects as the main character, but I've always been a little interested in just wondering, how does that work? Do they even move? Do they not move and transform? So how does that even work?
So that's the thing, right? A lot of them don't move. A lot of them don't move or can't move. Or if they can move, right, they have like some sort of skill that allows them to like control like magnetism or some shit that allows them to like float, right? But like a lot of them like don't or can't move. And what happens here is that they end up needing to depend on somebody else to like move them around, and that is almost always going to be like a cute anime girl, right? It's like, like let's say they're like, they've been reincarnated as I don't know, fucking PS4, right, in another world, right? But every game is a different spell or something. I have no idea.
Get reincarnated as a vending machine, get to be carried around by a cute anime girl.
Well, yes, she literally just straps him onto her back.
I
But, like,
want
the
them
thing
to
is
have
that,
an
like, all
anime just to have the random scene of a vending machine strapped to a cute anime girl's back.
Well, like she straps him onto her back, but like his power is that like the things he vends out are like buffs. So like she's like, oh shit, damn dude, and then they go exploring the dungeon and shit because he can't really go anywhere on his own and all that kind of stuff. But he also becomes like a sort of like father figure to her.
It's like,
So, like-
here, little girl, here's these pills of super strength.
Can they talk?
Huh?
Can they talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the sword one is also really known for that. The sword one is like he saves this like this 14-year-old girl from like slavery, from being enslaved by some dude, and then he's just like, quick, pull me out of the stone, because he's like, it's clearly like very much like spoofing the like
Sword and stone.
sword and stone kind of like thing. And but he can't go anywhere by himself. So he needs this girl to carry him around, and she just carries him around because he's quote unquote saved her. And again he just becomes like an ersatz father to this character. She literally calls him dad.
The sword.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so
Like
much
the
weird
girl
about
that
this
defends
because
him.
technically, while the sword is the main character, he is also acting as the call to action for the little girl.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like,
the person that gets reincarnated into the other world is the sword, and he gets picked up by the girl slave, the slave girl, and then she becomes an adventurer, but he's the father figure. He can make curry.
The sword can make curry?
Yeah, he makes curry.
What?
Ow.
How?
that makes him like 5 times as skilled as Rika.
You
No,
I
Rico.
mean, no, I can't make curry, so.
Well, like I said, right? He uses some sort of like electromagnetic power thing to like move
What?
objects with his mind. But he can't really move himself. He can only move like objects around him, so he uses it to make curry.
But that sounds like you could just move objects
Okay.
under you and then move you.
Can you move the
guess.
girl?
It's like,
Is there a
look,
limit to
this
how much
guy
you can lift?
reincarnated as a sword.
He's-
Funniest shit I've ever seen, Morty.
He can move the girl because there's a moment where she treats him essentially just like Nimbus from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like Nimbus from Project Melody.
Because he does exactly what you said, Rika, right? He just moves the space around him to move him, but she's standing on top of him, so they're just flying through the air to get to a castle in the sky.
It's so weird.
But
Like breaking
it's
its own rules. I don't know.
a lot of these stories don't really have very clear rules.
Okay, yeah, that's
in the
true.
first place
I don't know why
to
I'm
broken.
It's like,
So I just read them like they're any other fantasy, so I don't expect clear rules.
I expecting rules is just a mistake in the first place.
I don't know. I don't expect clear rules, but rules that you can kind of get a general idea of. But yeah. Plot, you there?
Yeah.
Alright, finally. So, what's it called? Joe, we were talking for a little while, and we're thinking of a crazy kind of isekai idea. Plot, you want to take it off?
Yeah, the idea was that what would be hilarious is if there was an isekai about a guy who just tries to glitch his way through the world, as in like how you would see with speedrunners, where they would like try to roll into walls so that they could pass through like large barriers that shouldn't be possible early on in games,
Okay.
or just fall through the floor and then somehow has them bounce up to like the ceiling of the video game world, or
Okay.
or
Sounds
like
less like an isekai
or
than
like
like
Super Mario 64 where they like backwards jump
Okay.
to gain stupid momentum, or teleport to places by like rolling in while equipping and unequipping items at crazy speeds.
Yeah, so there isn't real there are, well, I wouldn't say there isn't really because there's a lot of these suckers, so I could be wrong. But there aren't really like a big there aren't really like a huge amount of like I would say speed running isekai. But there are some isekai where like the person is aware of like how to get to like the end point really quickly. So an example would be like anything that uses a sort of like new game plus kind of logic. So like anything that calls itself like Tsuyokute would essentially be like isekai. It doesn't even have to be isekai, but like they're like a story where they're just like, oh, I know how to like I know what's the most efficient way to accomplish my goal. But the thing here is that a lot of them don't really like accomplish the goal because
it would end the
most of the
story.
yeah, it would end the story. Yeah.
I'm-
So
I'm-
like most of them
Seems redundant.
know that the goal can be accomplished this incredibly easy way, but then they just go and they just fuck around.
Right.
There are some of them that have like a sort of like dramatic arc to them, like Tsuyo Kute New Saga is not an isekai, but it is one where like the protagonist is somebody who like has time resetted backwards because he knows that his kingdom is going to get burned down by like the Demon King's army. So he realizes he's only got like 5 years to like build up an army and like prepare himself for like the oncoming onslaught. And so what he does is he takes like the most efficient ways through the world to become as strong as he possibly can.
Yeah, I read one that was where it was like it wasn't very good, but it was like a oh man, it was I think it was like one of those.
Use your words.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. There was some anywhere the main character gets a power and he's just like horribly abused for like several years. And then,
Kaifuku Jitsushi?
I don't know what's that.
It's Revenge Healer.
Oh, I've been waiting for
Yes.
this one.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this one to come out because I've heard about it when it was brand new as a manga. And I was like, I can't wait until this gets an anime. And then it finally is getting one.
I still can't imagine how this one.
I cannot wait for it. My God.
And what is it about?
Healer
It's
Revenge
about
Healer is so Revenge Healer is essentially a story where the healer is abused and he's abused, and then like after they defeat the demon king, he's given a chance to like restart, and so now that he knows like what's going to happen to him and like how like the rules of the game kind of works, the game world that they live in kind of works, he essentially just goes on this like mass rape spree, and just revenge spree. He just kills and rapes his way throughout the story.
That sounds actually massively more interesting than the way I heard it described.
How was it described to you?
It was literally just this person had a lot of bad luck with how they went and did things, and then all of a sudden they got a chance to come back, and all they do is just to spend that time torturing and getting as even with everyone that wronged him as much as possible.
Well, he does get even. through rape and murder. But no, he got fucked hard. He got fucked mega hard. Like it wasn't.
He got fucked so hard that rape and murder are cathartic.
Yeah. So the thing here, right, is that like in his first life, it was not like, oh, this guy owes me $20. I'm going to rape.
No.
Like,
I know.
No, he got.
I know
he
that
got annihilated.
I do know a lot. Like it was really fucked up what happened to him and whatnot. I don't know all the specifics of what happened, but I do know it was pretty fucking terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a specific type of story. It's a specific type of story that got really popular after stuff like Arifrita. They're called Zamma, and essentially they essentially are just short. It's just slang for Zamamiru, which essentially just means like serves you right. You know, they're like really
Vigilante
chalky
justice.
kind of like revenge stories. You know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can get behind a good revenge story. As long as that revenge story doesn't end with you killing half the world, and then the one person that wronged you, you say, "Nah, I'm good. I don't need revenge anymore."
What is that a
I
reference?
feel like I know what that is.
He's referring to
Yeah, he's referring to, I forget.
The Last of Us.
Yeah, there you go. That's
Oh,
it.
okay.
He's referring to The Last of Us.
Murders thousands, so you can beat up the person you hate, and then be like, you know what, killing's wrong.
Hey, murder thousands and a dog. Can't forget the dog.
I'm gonna take the high road and not kill people. Look over at bloody corpses for miles.
I mean, it really do be like that. Leftist logic.
What?
Sponsored by Joe.
Maybe leftist logic. I ain't even played The Last of Us, bro. What are you talking about?
Ooh. Just because
mean,
I
Last of
don't
Us
play a game doesn't mean I can't make judgments based off the cover.
God damn.
Did you really think you could kill me just because I was dead?
That side won't
I
stop
don't
me
even know
because I
if this
can't
is-
read.
I don't even know if this is lowest common denominator humor or I don't know. I mean, I can get lowest common denominator humor sometimes. Right? Sometimes it's legit funny.
I mean, if you can't
Then
get
there's
it,
Unknown Otaku. Then there's Unknown Otaku. That's just irredeemable.
Oh man. But nah. What's it called? Wow, you were like a 10th into your description, and then we got sidetracked hard about the speedrunning isekai.
Well, not really. Like, that's the gist of it. Is just that you appear into the. I was watching. What was it? Overpowered.
Overly cautious hero.
Overly cautious hero, and you sit there. I can't help but think, like, this is a really funny show. But it'd be even more hilarious if the main character was just completely broken in all the stupidest ways possible.
Well, he is kind of broken in stupid way possible.
Oh no, but that's the thing. Like, so like in Cautious Hero, he buys like 4,000 of these like speed seeds, and then like wrecks through a dragon or something early on that shouldn't have been killable. And you sit there and you're just like, how funny would it be? Or he buys like 40 million low-level healing potions. And I can't help but think, I'm like, what if it was just like a guy arrives in the world and he's just convinced that there are glitches in the game. So he like starts trying to do backflips against the wall for just like weeks on end. And everyone thinks he's insane. And then he magically one day just clips through the wall.
Yeah, there is one like that. Yeah, or at least one like that. God damn, I'm trying to find the name of it. Sorry. There's some stuff that's similar, like Konosekai ga Game kind of has those vibes. Like he knows like when certain events will happen and like what you should do to avoid them or what you should do to min-max them. Even though it's supposed to be like another world, it's very much like the game. Like one of the
Like-
first. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, you could have a anime where like the guy in his previous life was a beta tester for games, and so he's learned just where all the bugs in games normally appear, and he just tries to see if he can exploit them.
There is a Mobu Sekai is a really fun one if you've read that one. I don't know if you've read that one. Have you?
No.
It's so it's otome game isekai, which you know, have a lot of that sort of like game knowledge kind of mentality to them, because you know it's all about like, oh, I got to avoid like the bad route because you know I die in that one, right? And so Mobu Sekai is really interesting in that sense, in that like the main character played his sister's otome game, and then he reincarnates into this other world. So he reincarnates into this other world, but it's the game that he was playing. But he also knows that it's a really shitty game.
It's like reading Hiroaka.
So he's trying to like figure out a way to survive in that one. And what makes it even like worse is that like the setting of that game is that like it's the most like weird dog brain like matriarchal like imagination of society, where like men are like lords, but they're also like chattel for like women. So he's like this dude trying to survive, and he's like, God fucking damn it. But he's like a mob, so he's just like trying to survive, and then like he's making friends with like characters that he knows will become important characters like later on, and so on and so forth. But like as where they are right now, they're kind of like nothing characters. So like, and then you know it turns out that well, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's a lot of fun. I think. I linked it in the thing.
Actually, Joe, I was wanting to ask, what's your opinion on the recent popularity of anime being created off of Otome?
Like otome games?
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, sure.
that's 2 or 3 seasons. There's been a couple of them, haven't there?
Well, there's Hamefura, which was like the big one. And we're getting a few more otome. We're getting a few more like otome game stuff, but
I mean, nothing will ever beat the world God only knows.
But other than that, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, like, so honestly, I think in terms of like general like isekai stuff, otome game are like some of the better ones, I think, because a lot of them are about like, I know how this ends if I fuck up. I gotta figure out how I don't fuck up.
Yeah.
Hamefura is actually like, how can I describe it? Hamefura is kind of like a very...
Is that the one that was out last season that became so popular?
Yeah. Hamefura is kind of like a very, quote unquote, for lack of a better term, kind of like a very like normie kind of otome game isekai. A lot of, in my opinion, the more entertaining ones are the ones where they're like, okay, I've been playing this shitty otome game, that's like the whole game is like pay to win and nothing makes sense. And then they die, and then they wake up, and then they find out that like they've been reincarnated in this game. And they're just like, oh fuck. And so like it's, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of otome game isekai out there that are just like a lot of fun. because a lot of them are more so about like trying to avoid like the bad routes, you know,
Yeah.
like the really really bad routes where it's just like, oh, you're just dead. And sometimes the reasoning is like really strange, but yeah, you know.
I mean, period. I want to see people try new stuff, and there's going to, of course, be failures when you try something new.
No, everything new is great. There's no failures. I've learned this from
Except
seeing it.
unless your last name is Druckmann.
What's that?
But
That was the last of Us 2 joke.
Is this
Oh.
is this just descending into a big giant list of us two? Let's avoid that because we're gonna get kicked off of this if we talk about it. Right? We're gonna get kicked off.
I mean, it's not as bad
You
as
get
what happened.
banned for going against the AAA.
hours are fucking awesome.
I mean, it's not as bad as what that one person did in Red Dead Redemption 2.
That was actually funny, though.
He did a whole series.
Yeah, I know.
It was like 20 different videos. I was like, what?
This man probably made crazy amounts of money just from dying.
No bad laugh.
Every single one of them got like at least 2 million views.
I bet you know what unknown. I bet you the Southern Poverty Law Center has and the Anti-Defamation League have a dossier on you, dude. At this point,
I think almost everything I talk about has a defamation claim on me.
yeah, probably.
What?
Oh boy.
No. Actually, they can't because first of all, I would have to be able to hurt their reputation.
You're taking it seriously.
Well, he said the wrong thing in general because you said dossier, not defamation.
Oh, I thought you said.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they probably do have a dossier on you, though. But anyway, I didn't want to start a whole new conversation. It was just an offhand comment.
But that's what you get when I start drinking.
I mean, I don't know about you, but all I do is post on LGBTNC all day.
Oh man, I love those boards. I just go in and read and try to figure out what is a parody making fun of. No, not that one. But I'm talking about like actual LGBT boards, and I go in and try to figure out what is a parody is that someone's trying to get as close as possible without getting caught, and what is sincere.
Dude, like the most fun game to play is LGBT Price is Right, where you try to get as close as you can without going over. Because, like, within 5 minutes, you're just talking about wearing diapers and shit.
What?
And then I need a palette cleanser for my eyes, so I just go to the UE General on C, and I feel better.
It gets even more sad when you figure out the ones that you think are parody were really true.
Yeah.
Oh man. Sorry, we derailed the conversation, Joe. Into something you probably don't want to talk about.
Oh yeah, no worries. I'm still trying to find that one. Still trying to find that one Isekai where he's just running in place.
God. Oh man.
I mean, that's like the first episode of Overly Cautious Hero, except instead of running in place, he's just doing push-ups.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, overly cautious here that I actually really did enjoy.
I loved a lot of it.
That guy was criticizing my man's abs.
The first day, the trader was like, "Oh, he's doing better than I expected." Second day, he looks mortified. And then the third day, he starts pretty much crying, and the fourth day, he's like hiding. And he's like, by the fourth day, he was already over 100 times stronger than him. And he said that's not enough, though. And then you look at the training and you get why. The training was him just standing there beating on his face the entire time. It's like, holy shit. If you had to do that for, what's it called? For every waking moment for a good, like, week or so, I can understand why he is legitimately traumatized. It's like going through torture nonstop. That's hilarious.
That show was fucking funny.
Overly cautious heroes, a hidden... Well, I wouldn't even say a hidden gem. Because, what's it called? A lot of people started talking about it real fast. It
Yeah, a
bit
lot
a
of
gem.
people ended up overrating it, though. Like, it's fucking funny, but it does get way more coverage sometimes than it deserves.
I mean, to be fair, it is like right up there with Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, you mean overhyped? Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Oh no. In masterful storytelling.
Oh, plot. We have to, like, forego our self-flagellation for 2 weeks on Hero Aka.
Why?
No.
There's not going to be a Hero Aka, a Kaguya-sama, or a One Piece for 2 weeks.
Why is there a strike?
Actually, I think it's they're saying COVID.
COVID
So
lives
probably
matter.
someone got COVID in the, I don't know, editorial department.
Would this be his Oda's first break in many years?
No.
This dude takes like a break once every 3 weeks.
He prints 4 out of 5 weeks.
Uh,
Which, granted, I think is a system they might want to adopt overall. Because it's led to Horikoshi actually being consistent. And that dude was dying beforehand.
If they stagger it, yeah, it's pretty manageable.
It would also allow for a few more, like, manga
Series.
to actually get, yeah.
Berserk. Do you think
Dude,
that would help
You know,
Berserk?
people bitch about Berserk going on hiatus all the time, but those motherfuckers don't read Black Lagoon.
Oh yeah? You want to bitch about Black Lagoon going on a hiatus? What about High School of the Dead?
I knew that was coming up.
That's all.
Motherfucker, we gotta only talk about people who are alive going on hiatus.
Oh man.
I mean, granted, at least the guy for Black Lagoon goes on hiatus to draw hentai instead of to play Idolmaster.
No, the author of Black Lagoon draws hentai.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's good that he respects the American way.
It's like, yeah, too
I mean,
much.
Black Lagoon is pretty fucking American.
Exactly.
Black
I love
Lagoon is great.
Oh man.
It's one of like 3 shows I say you need to watch the dub of just for Shinwa.
Yeah, it's literally what's it called? The author says the dub is more accurate to the vision of the anime than the sub.
Yeah, it's a completely international city. Of course they'd use English to speak to each other. Otherwise you'd have to learn like 5 fucking languages.
Well, that's not why. There's a lot of changes between dubbed and subbed. But yeah.
Yeah, but look,
It's-
dude, the
it's
most
not-
important shit is still there. They still have that scene where they play chicken with an attack helicopter.
Well, okay, whatever. But yeah.
And of course, the most important thing, Shinwa being Chinglish.
Oh yeah, it was probably the most fucking racist Chinese accent I've ever seen in anime, and I love it.
Hey, she's not Chinese. She's Taiwanese. There's a difference.
All of them just have knees at the end. As long as they're on their knees, is good.
Oh.
Joe, did you ever find it?
No, I'm still looking.
So what's your thoughts on dub versus subbed and all that?
Only dub. Honestly, I don't even know why they bother subbing the stuff to begin with.
As long as all the dubs equal out to be ghost stories.
Nah.
Like, why do
Ghost
they even...
Stories, going back and rewatching it, dude, like, half of it is barely tolerable.
I rewatched it not too long ago, like 2 years ago. Oh, man.
Like, I don't even understand why they even bother putting in Japanese voice actors just so they can put subs underneath it. Wouldn't they be better off just dubbing it from the beginning?
You know, that makes sense. I mean, it would also be more diverse, considering all the anime characters are white. We need white people to voice them.
God damn it.
The weirdest thing about all these anime, I've yet to see a Japanese person in a single one of them. Don't you think that's a little racist?
No, dude, come on. That teacher from Great Teacher Onizuka. The vice principal, obviously Japanese.
Mob from Mob Psycho is about as Japanese as you can get. Have you seen that bowl haircut? That just is...
He could just be a fan of the Beatles. Come on.
Oh man.
We need a couple more that are obviously Japanese. Daddy from Kaguya.
Oh yeah.
No, that's confusing a god.
Okay. Point taken.
The principal from Nichijou.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like a freaking Japanese / wrestler hybrid when he takes on the deer.
Dude, you know what we forgot to do this year for Mother's Day? Best Mothers in Anime, where Ava 01 obviously wins.
Oh shit! We did actually forget to do the Best Mothers in Anime podcast. Oh.
The guy from prison school, the principal? Isn't he clearly Japanese? You can tell by his love
of ass.
I don't know, man. I love me some ass too.
No. He's black. His love of ass proves that.
But those were all Latino.
Are you trying to tell me black men love black women? I doubt this. All right. I guess, did you find that out?
No, sorry about that.
Black Bullet got canceled since the creator decided to make his own business. Ghost Stories dub is like an abridged series. Anime characters are part of crackhead race. Major. Oh yeah. Major from Hellsing Ultimate is dubbed gold. Dub is gold. Yeah. Hellsing's dub is great. I mean, what's it called? Some of the abridged series, the Hellsing Ultimate is also great. And strangely enough, it gets the idea across as well, pretty well still.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. You just said Hellsing Ultimate and great in the same paragraph, and those two words don't belong anywhere near each other. They
I
don't
mean, the
belong.
abridged series
I will-
is actually pretty
What are you
amazing.
talking about? Hellsing Ultimate is the purest expression and greatest portrayal of what World War II is ever like.
Dude, motherfucking Bow is better. Bow is better than Hellsing Ultimate. I'm gonna go out on a limb. You have to go
Like-
back to the '80s to get something that's almost as bad as Hellsing Ultimate. And dude,
Look, I can guarantee I can find something more recent that's worse than Hellsing Ultimate.
okay, Pupa.
Pupa.
Oh, no, I
Pupa.
don't have to go that far.
Yeah, okay. But,
I can
dude,
bring up my Malcline because I actually ended up dropping some anime for once.
the major, okay, Hellsing Ultimate had some problems, right? It was annoying that you actually like right before Alucard killed one of the villains, like then you get their backstory and everything else. Oh, they're gonna die this episode. Like the moment they become interesting and you find out who they are and there's dramatic tension, Alucard like roids out and fucking murks them.
Oh, definitely
And-
don't watch Juni Tyson then.
Yeah, I mean it's that trope I can't stand. Right? It's like,
Especially don't watch Akame ga Kill.
let's watch it.
Oh man,
Actually,
that's the
believe it or
only
not,
reason to watch it. What are you talking about?
Akame ga Kill is not as bad as Hellsing Ultimate with that. Hellsing Ultimate was awful.
I only watch Hellsing Ultimate for its historical reenactment of
I'll
World War
bet.
II.
And oh god, dude, the major was the worst part.
Like, there's literally one reason to watch Hellsing Ultimate. It's for motherfucking Anderson.
You know
Like,
what?
oh, dude,
Plot's
mercenary, dude?
correct. It
He's
is a
actually, yeah.
reenactment because
No, the priest.
Oh,
yeah, plot is
okay. Yeah, no, the priest.
okay.
was
Full,
Dumb
full.
high
The
schooler
priest was
go
awesome too.
and give his like a report about World War II for his history class and just cite Hellsing Ultimate
I got that poor kid.
to watch.
I'll drag him to the dean, and I'm going to say this person doesn't need to be in college. They need to be in therapy.
Okay, I'll give you one that shouldn't be worse than Hellsing Ultimate outright. The Ito Junji collection.
Oh, what's it called? I was saying.
That could have been okay. No. That is not. That is disappointing. Okay, the Junji Ito collection is disappointing. The Hellsing Ultimate was trash.
Holy
cool.
shit, I made it all the way to episode 17 of Darling in the Franxx? I thought I dropped that at like episode 9.
Yeah, I just want to see like some of the most absurd book reports that have ever gone through like a history for any
Based
school
off of
class
I
ever. Like,
I ethically speaking, I'm not allowed to let anybody see the shit I grade. So.
Yeah.
But there are. I have stories. I'm not gonna repeat them, but I have stories. Boy, oh boy.
I'm just like imagining like what was it the novel series we were talking about earlier about the revenge.
Yeah.
Just imagine listening to like a kid like read out his report on this story and why it's a good reflection of society to, like a class of like 12-year-olds.
Oh man, I was gonna say.
Make sure it's shelved in the young adult section.
Plot is correct when it comes to Hellsing being a reenactment because they definitely reenact World War II 50 years later with freaking vampire Nazis. Oh man,
That was actually one of the great parts of the abridged series.
big.
It was
titties
Alucard just going, fucking called it.
Yeah, I loved it. Don't be ridiculous. That would be stupid, and no one would think of that. Oh man, the abridged series. Full. If you have to watch Hellsing Abridged, like you need to watch that.
Yeah.
Abridged.
Okay, the only episodes I would say don't watch the abridged and watch the actual, like, I would still say watch the dub of, are I think it's episode 3 with Alexander Anderson. And then the episode with Rip Van Winkle.
Yeah, I've seen the original dubbed. But I haven't seen the ultimate dubbed.
Same cast.
What about?
Is it really?
Yeah.
And the guy that got for Anderson has to be fucking awesome.
Yeah, like, oh, they got talented people to do the dub.
Oh yeah.
I mean, some of the English accents do
Butter
sound fake.
fucking voice, man.
Some of the English accents do sound pretty fake, but
Yeah, well, they still sound fake. It's just the person has like 10 more years of
Charisma.
acting experience at the time,
Yeah.
so they learn to tone it down.
Oh, so I remember Death Note being pretty good, but very Canadian.
What?
Oh,
a hot take.
man.
Wait, so he says he's sorry after every time he writes somebody's name in the book.
A Canadian Death Note.
Sorry, eh?
Sorry.
Oh,
I saw that Baruch would be in blackface.
So Ryuk's Justin Trudeau.
The whole series is L trying to catch Kira saying sorry, mate. Every
No.
time when he writes down something.
Sorry, eh? I'm sorry. Mate's British. A is Canadian.
Also Australian.
Mates are for prostitutes.
Australia, where you call your mates cunt and cunt's mate.
Well, you know, Canadians say they're sorry all the time, except unless they're talking to American.
No, that's not
When it
true.
talk- when it
Rico
talk to
says
American-
sorry all the time.
They're talking to not from my experience. It's more like
When you
You
meet
bombing-
him, he does.
bomb any brown people, eh? It's like, wait, you're American, eh? You bomb any brown people, eh? It's like I thought you guys said I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry you bombed brown people, eh? Dude, that's kind of like
Why
rude
would
to
we
say to-
apologize for that?
Like, the real question here is why did we even put up with Canada existing? We're America.
I mean, we really. I think we
Because
just needed.
failed to invade them.
Take
We
over
failed
Canada.
to invade.
Look, I'm not
failed
saying we
to
should take over
invade
Canada.
twice.
I'm not.
I'm just saying that they hate our freedoms and they got a lot of oil.
I'm just. I'm just saying. What's it
Like,
called?
what
We
are they gonna do? Apologize?
I'm not saying we should wipe out Canada, but America really needs some head and shoulders.
We have. You do realize that we have invaded them twice. We have invaded Canada twice, and both times we were defeated.
They. Well, I don't know about that. They burned down. Okay, they may have burned down our White House. Or
No, they didn't burn shit
or
down. The
not.
British burned it down.
Oh no, wait, no, wrong war. Never mind.
But
Wrong one.
then again, Canada was still technically part of Britain. So, and it still is actually, if you think about it. Their head of state's the Queen.
Part of the Commonwealth.
I mean,
Yeah, but
just
the head of state's the Queen.
I mean, just look at their freaking money.
And the head of state appoints, I believe, what is it, the Governor General or something like that, that has the ability to dissolve Parliament. And in fact, they did it. What, like 08? Like the royal
get rid of all of his titles was because living in Canada, he wouldn't be able to. It was something weird with Canadian law.
Imagine trying to burn down the White House and thinking anyone who is anti-government cared. That just made them more angry and shocked them.
Dude, you realize at the time my views on the government would have been considered extremely authoritarian.
Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing. Was it 1812? Yeah.
Yeah. And I just remember that because of that song 1814.
Oh, the Battle of New Orleans.
Yeah.
Wait, that was 18. I think that was 1850.
There we go.
Because I think the treaty the treaty was signed in December of 1814. The Battle of New Orleans was January of 1850, a couple weeks later. Which is why it sucks so bad, because basically we went status quo antebellum, and if we had signed the treaty after the victory at New Orleans, we may have actually been able to get some pretty decent concessions from the British.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized. Oh, I learned something a few days ago, though. One thing I never knew is what country won the most battles throughout history. It would have been the last country I ever thought, and it makes me wonder. What?
Is it North Korea?
No, No, Rome was actually number 8. Actually, Stuffy. I was like genuinely surprised. I was
No,
like,
Rome had especially late in its history. Rome had some between Hannibal and their later history. They had some pretty big disasters.
Yeah, but you have the entire Celtic Holocaust.
I was
And
like,
that was a lot of fucking battles.
yeah, it was a stupid amount of battles. They were in like hundreds and whatnot.
I think I might have a good. I have a guess. I have a guess. You want to hear the guess?
Yes,
Okay. The Dutch.
France.
It was close.
You know, honestly, like pre-1815, the French were actually badasses.
Yeah, no, they were. Napoleon made sure every Frank went down with him at Waterloo and left nothing but Frenchmen behind.
Oh man,
Pretty much.
I like contrary to the joke that French are one of those people that just run at the side of every battle. Holy shit!
Dude, they're pretty. Historically speaking, it's really just like the past 150 years that the French have gotten the reputation as being weak.
Yeah, I was like, it makes me want to go look at French history and see what the fuck happened.
Napoleon, and then the French intellectual class, and that didn't help.
Well, that was really Robespierre did a very good job of cutting off the heads of anyone who had a pair between their legs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that too much. Oh no, the French Revolution was incredible. It was just an absolutely ridiculous. You know what's funny about Robespierre? When they were coming for him, he actually tried to blow his brains out. He messed up, and he blew out like part of his jaw and his cheek, and he was bleeding. And like he was super fastidious, so he kept trying to clean himself up and mop up all the blood he's like spilling all over himself, like because he was just like he was just like really he was more put out that he was getting blood all over his clothes and making a mess than he had a big hole in his face.
Man, that really sounds like Saint Colot.
That's the most French thing I've ever heard.
Well, leave it to a Frenchman to fuck up suicide.
In high school, we had a presentation on countries, and one of the classmates thought Japan was a lot like Bleach. Oh my god. I'm just reading the comments. Oh my god. I had a presentation about Japan too. Had an anime slide used anime slide used Asuka versus MPL Avis fight from EOE. I don't know what EOE is.
End of Evangelion.
Oh,
that was a fucking awesome fight, though.
Had a friend who unironically wanted to use clips of Mirai Nikki as a good example of animation.
What?
What's next, friend?
Man, I do. I really miss when anime was just like rare. Good thing. I mean, it's a good thing though. Like most of the students I teach are like working class, because like most people
Working class and college students don't mix.
No, I got a lot of working class because I teach at community colleges mostly, and so most of my students end up being working class. But like, it's actually cool because if I throw like the random like it's over 9,000 thing out there, like you can see all the like all the working class guys who watch anime. They'll be like, and everybody else will just be like, what's that mean? It's like, well, what do you watch? I watch Isekai. I'm cultured. Like, everybody, all the working class,
I ate the mess when I was 9.
Yeah, all the working class boys watch shonen stuff.
Because for some reason, Toonami didn't think it was a good idea to take that one episode where they have 3 Zakus just shoot up a village and not air it.
I mean,
yeah.
To be fair, a lot of the working, never mind, that joke wouldn't.
Granted, like
any movie,
my dad used to watch Apocalypse Now with me in the room, and that didn't mess me up at all.
Dude, I remember I saw it like for the first time. I saw Red Dawn when I was like 6 or 7. It was like, I was like 10 years old when I saw John Carpenter's The Thing. Yeah, I grew up watching movies like Freddy Krueger and Jason movies and shit. I don't understand why everybody's so damn fragile these days.
The thing I would say though is if you go back and watch 70s movies hit way harder than 80s movies. 80s
for
movies were full of
It hit
blood,
differently though.
blood, profanity, and nudity. But
Oh.
70s movies, in terms of tone,
Or darker.
oh yeah.
No, they are. That's true. Well, that's an after effect of the new wave of American cinema.
Well,
Because if you look at what happens in the, like you get the '60s and like the new wave of American cinema hits, and you get movies like The Graduate and Cool Hand Luke. Cool Hand Luke is badass though, but like you get movies like that, and you move into the '70s, you get Apocalypse Now, and all these art movies, but they're all like really dark.
yeah.
And then,
Taxi
like-
Driver is super
Oh,
dark.
Taxi Driver.
Going
Yeah.
to see that soon. And honestly, I hope we see it soon after COVID. But I'm really scared that we're going to see them just try to make Joker again. Because like Avengers was awesome, and then everyone wanted to make Avengers.
Oh, there's a comment for Joe.
Wait a second. Hold on. They're gonna make a Taxi Driver remake.
Well, no, what I think is you're going to see is them just try to capture the lightning in a bottle that was Joker. Instead of going, okay, we got a guy here
Yes,
with
but they're
a
using,
plan.
they're using the Taxi Driver joke, or they're using the Taxi Driver franchise.
No.
I'm not following you then.
Okay, I was talking about Taxi Driver in terms of this was a type of movie that covers a problem that was in
Yes.
America at the time.
Yes.
The problem still exists.
Yeah.
In fact, it's worse.
Probably.
Well, like Kennedy started hitting the mental health facilities for obvious reasons when you look into his family history.
Yeah. Oh, his sister.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
And Reagan was the death knell to mental health facilities in the U.S.
Also get books like what is it? I think it's One
One
Flew
Flew
Over
Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah, yeah,
Dude,
Which
that movie.
was a great movie.
yeah. It's a good movie too with Jack Nicholson. That's a great movie. Excuse me, but like, yeah. Well, it was almost like there was this kind of like Upton Sinclair, like The Jungle effect on mental health clinics and asylums and stuff like that. And like, yeah, like you said, by Reagan, they were all like dismantled, and it's really hard to get somebody committed. And it's like got to be voluntary and all this other stuff. And like, but what was going on at a lot of these asylums is like the stuff of nightmares, man.
Oh yeah. And the funny thing is, because when I actually spent time with my uncle, he's late boomer, and like we talk, but he's got a very realistic view on life because he grew up poor, like military salary poor.
Yeah.
And so his view on life is, yeah, and he's not a big fan of unions, even though he understands their necessity when you start talking about working people. But one of the things he goes is anything that gets big enough to actually have any sway in the world will get corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Are
BLM.
the good it produces worth the corruption it's going to have?
That's the thing. You need to have, if you're going to prevent something to get, and I don't mean prevent, you can only delay, right? You can only delay. But the best way to delay is have very, 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 very clear mission statements.
I don't look at it as removing tumors. I look at it as removing cysts. Because tumors you can remove and oftentimes they won't come back. But if you get a cyst, you will get another cyst in a few years if that cyst is removed. And that's how you have to handle corruption.
Yeah, having a
You
sister
remove
twice
it when you
removed.
find it, and you wait for it to be found again.
That's
And that was
yeah.
massive problem was you had a massive problems of abuse and even sexual abuse in
Oh
the
God, yes.
facilities. And that's a problem when it's discovered, needs to be handled fast. but you don't cut off your nose to spite your face.
And you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
Right. Both phrases really do apply to this situation. But that's the thing, is like, trust the government to take the most heavy-handed approach to anything.
Yeah.
Right.
And
that's the problem.
this is actually the type of thing I kind of sit there and go, no, this is the government's purview. I would much rather private charity be able to handle this, but private charity cannot effectively handle mental health issues.
And that's the thing, right?
This is an anime podcast.
Yeah. I noticed our guest is like incredibly silent too. So I don't know.
Joe,
Sorry,
did you ever find it?
No, I haven't found it.
I thought Joe was like
I just
laughed because he did not want to be a part of this conversation.
Well, no, it's like I try not to like, interrupt people, you know.
You didn't want to be a part of the conversation. It's quite all right.
I mean, like it's just like how can I describe it? I don't know. I mean, like I try not to interrupt people unless I really think it's necessary, you know.
Is that Canadian?
So you don't think it's necessary because you agree with all of our statements?
No.
No.
Let's be clear here, all right? Just some free bullshit things right in this call unknown, and I'm not agreeing with those.
Yeah, I disavow 99% of everything Unknown has said. Especially if somebody found it offensive, then I 100% disagree with that.
Oh, yeah. What's it called?
My silent is not tacit agreement.
I heard from BLM that silence is consent.
I mean, I did read their mission statement, but I don't want to go into that.
Okay, so someone said, a cultured person, Kirito is the best isekai protagonist. You know, what's your thoughts on that, Joe?
That's troll. That's troll.
So like, I'm in this position, right? I'm in this position where if somebody comes up to me and says like, yo, my favorite isekai is Sword Art Online, and Kirito is my favorite isekai protagonist. I mean, I guess realistically, my brain would just be like, really him? I mean, I wouldn't have that much of a... I don't have that much of an issue if people like call it Sword Art Online like isekai, right? You know, like I've kind of softened on that.
Yeah,
but
I mean, as I pointed out in your comment section, I don't know. It's like, I honestly think Sword Art Online has a lot of isekai elements. If they would just stop fucking saying this is a game the entire anime, it would feel just like an isekai.
So what you're describing is not actually isekai, it's Naro.
With Naro.
Which SAO is. SAO is what's called Naro, which essentially refers to the types of stories that show up on Shousetsuka ni Naro. Let's become a novelist, even though...
Sorry,
SAO
I have a hard time keeping up with a lot of your terms. Because now you're using another word I don't remember.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
So essentially, right, Naro or Naroke, Naro type refers to a specific kind of story where the characters have an immediate or strong advantage, usually a cheat power. They tend to be surrounded by a harem, and they have a lot of sway in terms of like what happens in the world, whether they choose to exercise it or not.
Donald Trump.
It really depends upon like the individual like Naro text, right? So in this context, SAO is actually considered like a really like big example of Naro, even though it was never from Shousetsuka ni Naro, which is the website that a lot of these stories populate on.
Wait, are you trying to say SAO is a harem story? Because I saw like a 40-minute video defending SAO and saying SAO is not a harem.
No, what I mean that like SAO not harem, what? No, what I'm saying is that like Naro stories tend to have like harems develop.
Yeah.
So essentially what I'm saying here is that like this is sort of this is where we're getting into like some really weird territories, right? Because like even though I don't have a problem with people calling like isekai. I don't have a problem with people calling like SAO like isekai, but like when we're starting to get into like an analysis of like genre and its lineages, now we have to actually be picky about this.
Yeah.
Because when you say something like, "Oh, Sword Art Online just feels like isekai, but without the other world thing," we are actually referring to its Naro conventions. An example that also comes up a lot is Mohoka Retose.
What?
I don't know what it is in English. It's the one with the guy with the guns, who can shoot mages.
What?
What? Sorry, you're like in this topic of it. You're like way the fuck more knowledgeable than me. So
The Irregular at Magic High School. There we go.
Oh gosh, that.
Oh yeah.
oh, I hated that one.
So that one is also considered like a big example of like Naro. So like in this context, right? This distinction might seem initially very arbitrary, but it is very important when you consider that like isekai have preceded Sword Art Online by quite a bit. And there's a lot of like there's just like all these other lineages really of like isekai that don't even fall into this Naro trap, right? Like you look at, for instance, stuff like Eikun no Senso, right? The like Eikun's War from 2001, which draws upon like the sort of idea of like Reiji Matsumoto, but also like Akiba kind of stuff, where like they wage war in like fantasy worlds and whatnot, all that kind of stuff. So those can feel like those are still isekai, but they can feel very different from what we usually think isekai.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because it's one of the things I kind of really noticed about like a lot of older isekai, like Vision of Escaflowne or what was the one in the 80s where they went to the other world and they had mechs?
Dunbine.
Yeah, or Battle of Dunbine, that's it, yeah. Or like Fushigi Yugi. Like these are all like so dramatically, vastly different from almost every single isekai I've seen really post Sword Art Online. And it's kind of like Sword Art Online was like the tipping point for when just what is an isekai kind of like changed.
Yeah, so I think what's happening here is that we're starting to see more Naro isekai, and I think that's important because it's because some of the like old like old feeling isekai, they're still around. They just don't come from this specific site. An example would be Nihon Koku Shokan, which is the whole plot is that like what if the entire nation of Japan showed up in another world, a fantasy world, and the first thing that they do is they start building an empire. Yeah. Well, they need food. They need food, so they go to war.
Well, these definitions are all good and all, but it doesn't answer the burning question of if Ratatouille is a Gundam or not. Or a mecha anime, I'm sorry.
Man, you're starting to you hang out with Unknown way too much.
I think we
left
actually
his server.
discussed that like a year or two ago. Maybe longer at this point. But it does hit a lot of the thematic elements that mecha hits.
Are you talking about Light and Magic?
No,
And
Ratatouille.
Oh, Ratatouille. God damn it. I just heard 2 or 3 years ago it hits some of the mecha elements, and I was like, oh, Ratatouille knows. Okay. Yeah, so like so this is I think so my position, right, to clarify if anybody's confused or anything, if anybody is like in a general casual conversation, is like, yeah, I like SAO, it's a good isekai. I'm not going to be all like, I cannot believe they did that. Ridiculous.
I'd be more surprised
Instead,
if
he's
someone
just gonna
likes
shoot him in
SAO.
I mean, I've been to enough anime conventions to know that there are people who like some interesting shows that I don't understand. But like, let's say if you're like let's say if you're somebody who's like, I'm going to make like a video or I'm going to like write an article about like what isekai are, right? Then like the parameters change, you know? We're just like, okay, now you're actually like telling people like what you believe is like good info or like, you know, correct info or accurate info. You know.
See,
Now
I feel called out, but I would go so far out of the way of actually being correct on something like that deliberately. Like I would sit there and call John Carter of Mars an isekai. Oh wait, that would actually qualify.
So yeah, that's the thing, right? One of the authors I talked to called John Carter of Mars an isekai.
Yeah, and didn't you also say that Pratt and DeCamp's Complete Enchanter? Yeah, because I mean that blew my mind, and they see that as kind of like an text. And if you look at both the Complete Enchanter and the John Carter of Mars, both kind of have that Naruto sort of, the main characters and stuff all have these powers, abilities, knowledges that they either bring with them or in Carter's case is congenital and related to the fact that Mars has lower gravity. And they have this ability that makes them almost superhuman. For example, like Howard Shea, he's like a psychologist. He's like he's like a professor. He's like extremely well read and educated, and like they kind of have this ability. Him and his buddies have this ability to like figure out how the world works and then like exploit that to kind of like save the day by the end of the book. And so like it always seems like the main characters have this like advantage that they bring with them into the other world. And that seems to be like you were talking about, like this kind of repeating trope in the Naruto type stories.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I remember correctly, speaking with you a while back, Joe, you mentioned that a lot of the premises around isekai tend to be derived from Superman.
Yeah.
That's what so that's what Hiro Tenki says. Hiro Tenki, because I remember asking him the question, like, what is, you know, like, how come there's an explosion of like isekai like now? And his answer was, well, there hasn't really been an explosion. They've been around for a really long time. It's just like it's just never really been thought of them really as like isekai. And then he uses the example of Superman.
Which I kind of find it interesting because in most isekai that you see, the main character really doesn't have the moral quandary that Superman faces.
No.
Like, the only thing that makes Superman interesting is he does not kill.
There's a little bit of a difference, I will say, because at least in most isekai, yes, they're overpowered and everything, but they're somewhat equal to the threat or something like that. But Superman, there's very few people that were like equal to threaten him. He was almost a god amongst men.
I can name like 8 that are at least on par with Superman or
8
his direct
out of like
counter.
How many? Hundreds?
This is one of those areas. This is one of those areas though where you've got to look at what the appeal of the story is, right?
Well, yeah,
and
that too.
When you look at you know the Complete Enchanter, when you look at Superman, right? The characters are put in these situations, and what's interesting about them, and this pops up, and you see this in sometimes a lot of mystery stories too. It's more about how they come to how do they figure out how to resolve the conflict, right? Because Superman could theoretically laser eye and punch his way out of anything,
or just go faster than the light and just punch them into death.
Yeah, or whatever. But
like,
you know,
yeah,
he's usually placed in a moral conundrum.
Well, yeah, he can't go all out even like around Earth, or else if he does, he'll blow up the planet. So he has to suppress his power enough to defeat them, but save everyone.
Yeah, and so like if you look at like he gets placed in these moral quandaries where he has to make a moral decision and has to figure out his way through it. And so like it's not so much the the fact that the character is OP, as much as it is it's like, well, how is the character going to resolve this conflict? How is the character going to figure out how to deal with this situation? Right? How are they going to figure this out?
Even
It's like
that is
Sherlock
really
Holmes,
from
like-
Silver Age onward, because Golden Age Superman, it was
was
like
more and more
not,
li-
it was a
far more
power
limited.
fantasy.
Well, yeah, but he was far more limited because he didn't fly; he jumped.
Yeah, but I
You know,
mean,
but-
he could break chains, and that level of power was sufficient until
You
they
can run
came up
faster
with.
than a locomotive.
Well, that level of power was more than sufficient until they came up with kryptonite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like, still, it's but that's the thing is like that's the appeal, right? How is Sherlock Holmes himself? Did Sherlock Holmes ever really have a very interesting character arc? No,
No.
not really. But what's interesting about the stories is how Sherlock Holmes figures out, who did it, right? And it's almost with the British, it's almost always the butler.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I mean, that's always the case with detective stories.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
mystery detective
You know, I
stories
can't
in
really
general.
think of too many Sherlock Holmes stories where it was the butler.
It's a joke more about like British detective stories.
Yeah, what's that bitch's name? The one that
Miss
writes the really
Marple?
dumb mystery novels.
Oh yeah, the one who writes Miss Marple, Agatha Christie. Yeah,
Amy Schumer.
It's like
Agatha Christie made me appreciate American hard-boiled detective stuff so much more because it's just like so much grittier and dirtier and like way black-pilled.
also you
And it's,
kind of
like, got
figure
drugs and
you
sex
don't
and-
figure out who did it like 10 pages in.
Yeah, well, not only that, the bad guys sometimes win, and the good guys like are lucky to get out with the skin of their teeth.
Oh, I've read about like 5 Agatha Christie books, and I get to the end and I'm like, what?
Yeah,
It's like, who was it that was destroying my house? Ah, it was me the whole time.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my god, it's like
What was
you
the
thought it
one where
was
they
the
were all
butler,
was
but
me,
it was really
Dio.
me, Dio.
Yeah.
That's how her books end. She's just like, and then I'll just make up something at the very end of the
to
story.
make it work. It's like what was the one it was a Murder on the Orient. It was special. I think it was on a boat, and somebody had been shot, but they couldn't find the bullet, and it turns out the bullet was made of ice, which is like physically impossible.
Oh,
Like,
you
but the
mean
I was
bullet-
gonna
Reagan?
say,
they didn't
wouldn't the
find the bullet because it
Bullet
melted.
explode in the chamber?
Wait,
Yes.
no, I meant
It would pretty much vaporize before it even left. Probably vaporize before it even left the barrel.
yes and no. I mean,
No,
what's it
like-
called? I thought there was a such thing that could be done, but it's not strong enough. Was an electric ice bullet, as in it shot it out using. I don't remember exactly what it was, but
Yeah,
I
this
think
was-
you have to
this was
use a
not that.
solid and then freeze said solid. Like the concept of the magic bullet was frozen meat,
This is not that case.
which
though.
would no, but that
not that
even
case.
that's questionable.
We're overthinking it.
yeah.
I remember one where it was like this lady has like a large party at her house, and then someone tries to kill her, and you get to the end of the story, and like, who was it that was trying to kill her this whole time? Oh, it was
Everyone.
herself. Just like what?
Well, that's
That's what you
kind of
gotta
the
read.
problem with mystery novels, though, is their entire purpose is to get you thinking. But if you actually start thinking, most of them fall apart by like chapter 10.
Well, that's why you got to read the hard-boiled stuff because the emphasis isn't so much on the mystery. The mystery is a vehicle for whatever.
It's the
Like
trouble that the detective gets in.
That's the
It's
thing,
the
'cause,
trouble
like,
and it's the dark despair of like the human existence in 1940s, 1950s Los Angeles or San Francisco. So like, go read like Dashiell Hammett or Mickey
Dude, it's why I'm
Spillane.
telling you to read the Dresden
Raymond Chandler.
Files. Like,
read
by
Raymond
book
Chandler.
12, he sits there and goes, you know what, fuck it, let's see who I can make a dark pact with.
Dude, oh man, go and James. Yeah, seriously, go like more recently. Go read James Ellroy. And like read Clandestine. The Black Dahlia was all right, but like definitely like the Big Nowhere was amazing. God,
Well,
that's a
like a
The idea-
while ago, I
that's a
finally sat
despair,
down and
man.
watched The Spirit,
the idea
the
behind
Frank
stories-
Miller movie.
oh yeah.
the idea behind mystery stories is to make you think, but then you get to like the ending of a lot of Agatha Christie books, and I'm just like, wait, what? And the more you
Remember,
think
most of the time,
Fitting.
if you read an Agatha Christie book, it's before your third year in high school.
Yeah, it was middle school for me. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're
I
not
never
suggesting
read
this
any.
shit very late.
Like the 10 Little Indians or and then there were none or whatever the four
Yeah.
names it's had over the years.
I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever read any book by her.
You're doing all right.
Ending
You
of that
know,
book,
I
it's
think
like,
I read the best book by her, and that was the Doctor Who episode.
What? Which one was that?
Shit. There was literally a Doctor Who episode with Agatha Christie in it.
and
and
was she the one that died?
No!
The
The
story
entire purpose was to keep everyone alive, because it's Doctor Who.
Yeah,
course
can
it
you be a little more specific?
Was
It's
it
a
Tom
David
Baker or
Tennant
Steven-
episode.
Was it? She was still alive. Or
No,
was it? She was. It was
Can
a
you
character?
explain literally anything
She
that
was a
happened
character.
in it so I can know?
I'm trying to think. Like, okay, the Doctor is poisoned, so he has to eat almonds, salt, and something else.
Okay, I haven't seen that one then. I've seen a
Oh,
lot.
yeah.
but
Yeah,
not that
it's.
one.
I think it was a Donna Noble episode, but
Oh,
it might have
God.
been a Martha Jones.
Those are both some of the worst.
Hey, to be fair, at least the Donna Noble episodes were funny.
We'll agree to disagree.
No, me and my stepbrother
Like,
always had
look,
a little
man.
joke on one of the Doctor Who episodes.
I'm all about the Amy Pond episodes,
The Mummy episode.
but I didn't like Matt Smith as much of it as a Doctor as I did David Tennant.
No one did. Well, that's not true, but they shouldn't.
Okay, the only people that did were creepy fangirls.
Okay,
Because David Tennant was fucking god tier as a Doctor.
What's it called? Me and my stepbrother. What's it called? We had this one ongoing joke in one of the things, the Mummy episode, where they kept saying, "Are you my mummy?" or "Mummy, mummy."
Oh
And-
god.
and-
You know the best thing about that episode? Fucking Jack Harkness.
Yeah. One thing we kept saying is like, what if just randomly one of them, when it says "mummy" and then another goes "mummy," and the last one just goes out of nowhere goes "porque," and just do like a random fucking like hard accent on everything else.
There's like one dude from another country doesn't say mummy, and it's like it comes in a different language. It's like abuela. I know that's grandmother, but I don't care.
Madre.
Oh shit! Great. I have a feeling this is going to devolve into us talking about Doctor Who and then something else.
And then Joe still won't find it.
Stop looking for it, goddamn.
See, I'm correct. You won't find it. You stopped.
Damn, you got me.
Ooh.
I've been outplayed.
That happens pretty often with me.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, of course.
It's not because I outsmart. It's because I outstupid.
This is true. What's the saying? Don't argue with stupid. They'll bring you down to their level.
And beat
It'd be
you
with experience. I mean, we can always talk about this.
Oh yeah.
Even if I can't win,
Dude,
if
I
part-
told you it's worth it just
Even-
for the dumb fuck
even I
lines
can't
that happen
win if
sometimes.
I can't participate.
Yeah, I saw some of the other ones that he was like, "Did you really think you could stop my movements by stopping me?"
By stopping time.
Hold on, actually, yeah.
Like, what does that mean?
Oh, and this one?
Do you think
Merely crushing my heart would be enough to kill me?
shot through the heart?
Okay, Joe, have you read Mal Gakuin yet?
Mao Gakuin?
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, asking you is kind of... I should have just assumed it.
What about it?
Oh, it's
Mark
airing
Twain
this year.
said that.
It's airing this season.
Yeah, it's is it 2 episodes, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love it because it's so trash. But it's got some great lines.
I haven't seen the anime yet. I just have it on my I will watch it eventually thing.
Yeah, I've been reading the manga, so it's like, oh, an episode came out? Okay, I'll watch. Because you have to love how bad some of these lines are. Because they're on par with, hentai lines.
Oh, I love hentai lines.
It's like, I would not be surprised to be reading through a chapter and just see this isn't Super Smash Brothers, this is anal sex.
Well, that one was fake.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah. Ugh.
But that one's also topical.
Ugh. I thought we had a lot more to talk about with the Isekai one, the glitch. No, because there was a whole nother thing I can't remember that plot.
Dude, it was
wrong.
3.5 hours of us bullshitting about it.
Yeah, I mean, considering how we had 3.5 hour conversation and now we just dumbed it down to like 15 minutes.
Yeah, because...
We've said everything
okay,
offline.
well, no, there's also the fact that what are we going to do? Talk about different glitches he could use?
Oh yeah,
like setting a horse next to a bridge, so that when he dismounts from the horse, he just goes flying in one direction.
I mean, I really like the conversation on the applications of what you could do if the glitch goes, you take off armor in the air and it gives you the extra boost in movement speed, so you keep taking off and on as fast as you can to accelerate flying.
Or backflip off a horse while it's falling down a cliff while equipping a hat. It for some reason causes him to be stuck 15 feet in the air, and he just walks to the the castle at the end of the game because he just won't fall down.
I just like to think of it if you do a Half-Life 2 speedrun properly, your speed is consistently 150 kilometers per hour. So, if you think about it, if he did that and still managed to glitch through walls and shit, he could just speed blitz the Demon Lord.
I really want an anime like this. It should take the same amount, if not more, episodes to defeat the last boss as other anime. But the fact is, he thinks of all of these weird ass ways to fight and whatnot that no one would ever think of because it sounds so fucking
he should
retarded.
even do it.
Yeah.
Basically, how Shield Hero has other people, they should come in and just see all of the Demon Lord's guards with buckets on their head.
Just stealing from people with buckets.
A stealth skill. That's what we just do.
Oh god, what if he just becomes a sneaky archer?
We just need Skyrim the anime.
It's I intended to join the Companions Guild, but sneaky archer.
Hold on, I need to go fly. Let me find the nearest
Isekai
giant.
Skyrim.
Oh man, I would love to see all this. It would be probably the best fucking one of the best isekais too.
Dude,
exist.
it would literally just be a video on the Spiffing Brits channel.
What?
Oh, have you not seen the Spiffing Brit?
No.
Dude, you gotta check him
he's
out.
awesome.
I love his Warhammer, his
Saga
Total
of
War.
Rihanna Keeves or whatever.
Yeah.
The Saga of Rihanna Keeves and Crusader Kings 2 is just phenomenal.
Okay.
Becoming immortal with Satanism.
I mean, he used cheat codes, but still, that's just...
He was the one that taught me about the Corvette spam. in Stellaris.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I've used that, and it's just I think they might have nerfed it now.
Dude, did you
Well,
see his
I
Emmerich
tried.
video?
No.
It's one of the funniest things. I think it's his Emmerich video where he talks about the different factions. And he sits there and goes, the Bretonians are French and they route really easily. No, I fucked up that joke.
Yeah, you did.
But basically, he's saying they surrender.
Man.
Poor Joe. We brought him on here to talk about Isekai and anime, and he's just been quiet the whole day.
Yeah, we've
No,
talked
he
about
hasn't.
everything
It's not the
except
whole
Isekai.
time. We've talked a lot about Isekai and other stuff. What do you think, Joe? Joe?
Who the hell is peeing in the background?
That is me pouring more shots. I've been drinking alcohol this entire time.
That's not good, dude.
What about the here's the thing. What about the HoloLive streams getting nuked?
Actually, I think I just drank the half of the... Hold on, how much is this? Like a liter or 2 liters of Fireball? I don't know.
Hey, what about the HoloLive streams that have been getting nuked? Like Corone was streaming Home Sweet Home like last night, and they nuked their stream twice.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if she's playing music that is in Japan. Because Japanese copyright's fucking insane.
No, she was just streaming the game. And it's not the first time somebody else, a couple of these other people got nuked.
Have the
Oh, probably
glitch
someone
turn
being a
into
dick.
full game corruption, turning into a psychedelic horror, clips through the entire Earth and into the void. Oh man.
Here's the thing. Does he speed up by running over a rabbit?
Oh man.
If you perfectly shield bounce off of an enemy, like it throws your character back 40 feet.
You know, no,
and
actually,
you just perfectly line it up like 5 characters, so you're just like 9,000 feet in the air.
Oh no. I think I found a glitch I would love. Okay, so the coder and the person who coded the game can't spell worth a shit, and because of this, it says they get X amount of EXP for every hair they defeat, and so they go around chopping people's hairs off.
Wow, Plot, you must feel really fucking called out about that.
What?
You must feel really fucking called out about that.
Why?
Saying the coder couldn't spell for shit?
And because of that, they go and just start slicing hairs, and they get like thousands of EXP and shit like that, like beyond reason, and just keep going and doing that. Become a barber to get as strong as possible. Oh man, just like all these ridiculous ideas.
See, only one problem with that. That's literally just playing Burning Wheel.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Like a lot of these was good. Oh yeah, Mazora Mel got hit with that. Oh, shit, I don't remember what that was in reference to. Alright, if you can tell us what that was in reference to, that would be nice. So Plot, because every hair would increase your movement speed, shaving someone's head would make them pretty much as fast as like God speed, wouldn't it? And it's like, I'm going to defeat this final boss. Let me cut my hair real fast.
I got the joke from the beginning. It was Stuffy's joke that I was asking questions about.
Protagonist finds an EXP item or EXP or item glitch loophole from the sky. He hears, "Hey, people, Slez here." I don't know how to say that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I figured out who you were talking about because you said Mazora or Yozora Mel. Because
Oh shit!
yeah,
Okay.
Mozora Mel.
Protagonist finds an EXP or item glitch loophole that from the sky he hears, hey people, Seth here.
Oh god, that's hilarious.
Shit. Hold on, let me
would-
try to get that
that would
voice
be
a little
absolute-
deeper.
That would be absolutely hilarious.
Hey people, Seth here.
Oh man. There's like a
Dude.
limit. There's like
Oh.
limitless possibilities. Like if
Honestly, I think anyone who makes a game from now on has to have Seth Zintach do at least one voice.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think
or do a review. Like I would, even if he gave the game a shitty review, if just like I would, if I made a game and Seth reviewed it, and even if he gave it like a 0 out of 10 or whatever, I would totally be like thrilled. Like,
I would
absolutely that they're like Seth reviewed my game.
honestly though,
Fucking
the
awesome.
problem is I would probably end up making parts of the game specifically so that he would like them.
I mean, to be fair, I would
Because his taste is very obvious.
I would really.
I love the ones where he like. There was one where he reviewed like a drugged out city game where it's like you wake up in the middle of the street and you are a hobo in a post-apocalyptic.
I want somebody to make an isekai with Seth Zintach. There you go. Somebody make an isekai story with Seth Zintach as the main character.
And the only way to
The
survive
question is though,
shooting
do we
girls.
just make it his God Hand review or his Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines review?
They're all fantastic.
Because he managed to find one of the best lines in Bloodlines, which is, I'm Fat Larry with an FAT, because I know I got away from, I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, that's he also does give the advice. He's like, I suggest starting with like Ventru or Tremere or whatever, and then he's like, play like Malkavian and Nosferatu for your second and third playthroughs.
Yeah,
And
because
he's absolutely right. And Nosferatu is hard mode, dude. Like if you're playing it on normal, it's automatic hard mode because playing as a Nosferatu is just.
honestly, Bruja is easy mode because you get Majesty, but you also get Celerity and no, it's not Vigor.
Yeah, but if you play Tremere,
Is it
you get
something
like
that
the
rhymes
blood.
with
Oh
Vigor?
yeah, Blood Magic's broken.
Yeah, oh god, in that game, absolutely. Yeah, blood magic is sick, dude. Blood magic is sick. Well,
But to be fair, don't be a pussy and just answer the questions when you play the game. Like you answered the questions and that's how you build the character.
Joe, don't you have anything to contribute to these? I mean, this is literally about games and isekai. This should be up your alley.
I mean, these are Western games mostly, unfortunately. That's you know what that's actually something that I've always kind of like been a little bit heartbroken about because like the language barrier is so huge, and like there's it's a pretty big.
Oh no, I didn't
barrier.
laugh because of you. I laughed. I did that because I drank a whole bunch. I drank like 3 shots.
But it is a pretty big language barrier, and there's just like so much cool shit. As you know, like when I was a kid and I started to really discover like cool shit from Japan and everything, and like otaku culture and stuff. And I'm like, yo, Japanese otaku have so much cool shit. We've got cool shit. Like we're getting all their cool shit. Do they get any of our cool shit? Like I was wondering if like you could get like Babylon 5 subtitled in Japan. I was like, do they fan sub Babylon 5 in Japan? Do they fan sub Farscape in Japan? And I always like wondered about shit like that. Like, you know, is it like I don't know, like cross-cultural sharing and cross-pollination and stuff like that. That's something that I always, you know, found interesting. And that's one of the things I really find interesting about the HoloLive idols is the fact that more than Niji Sanji, it seems HoloLive really has gotten a fandom over in the West and overseas from Japan, and they do, a lot of them do make an effort to try to communicate with their English speaking audience, and I've seen even some attempts, with their Spanish speaking audience, and I just think like that is really, really cool. It's just like some of the memes don't translate, and I do see some Japanese people like trying to translate stuff in English, and like some people try to translate stuff from Japanese to English too. But it's like, man, it's like the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, man. I feel like, it's like kind of like we're kind of like reaching out, but the language barrier is just so thick. It's like hard to like actually touch, and it's just like a little frustrating.
Sorry, what are you guys talking about? I was gaming.
Okay.
Yeah, we're what's it called? We're still talking about Isekai, I think.
Okay, that's cool.
How can you not have anything to contribute?
Sorry, I joined a lobby. So I joined a lobby, and I'm the only person playing random teams in this lobby. What the hell? Everybody else is going beast mode, and I'm just like, I cannot believe this, bro.
Mm. So, what do you think so far of what we were talking about?
He was playing a video game.
That doesn't mean you can't.
He was zoned out, man. He might have
Sure.
muted us because we're fucking
I was in deep
Autistic.
concentration.
Sendayo.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, we just got told.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
Anyway, I'm probably gonna duck out. I've got prep work to do.
And having to grade
Oh
those
shit! I think
papers.
I have to
Yeah,
write down a name.
Oh, for your character? Yeah.
Oh no, my character's named. One of my contacts isn't.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, that's actually what I got to prep. I'm not doing anything work related. I got until Thursday to be all prepped and ready. Anyway,
Nice.
I'll talk to you guys later. We'll
Talk
See
to
you
you
later,
later.
Fall.
peace
See
out.
you later.
And see you later, Stuffy.
Oh no, I got plenty of time.
Oh, okay, good.
Dude, I've literally got to think of a name. That'll take less than 10 minutes.
I don't know, for me that takes a long time.
Yeah, but I'm doing it not drunk.
Ugh, I only drank a liter.
Okay, see, if it weren't for the fact that you're drinking piss water, I would be worried about you.
It's 33% still. But besides that, yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I have to cook later. I don't mind. I like cooking while drunk. It's better anyways. As I say, though. Hey there, Kaiser. I mean, what's it called? Do you think we should open up, letting people, if they want to come in?
I don't know, man.
I think that would be a
I
nice.
guess since we have old numbers, it's like it doesn't matter.
I mean, what's it called? It's been so long since we've done it. We can go back to. We can embrace tradition, reject modernity. And
Modernity.
tradition has always been, what's it called?
Just bring random fuckers on.
Yeah, that's always. That's literally how we started the podcast. It's literally how I found you, Stuffy.
I know.
I don't plot either. I'll take that as a no. I was about to ask, how the fuck did I find plot? And I'm thinking it probably had something to do with
Probably his Digibro video.
Oh, there you
No,
go.
I remember. I had some. argument with you for like 4 hours on Twitter about
No, but we knew each other before that argument, just a little bit. And that's why we got into the argument, because we knew each other.
I think I hung out in one of Kaiser's voice chats for a bit.
I think it was maybe the What video on Digibro that got us together.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
See, I would figure it was the Digibro video about Super Mario Odyssey.
No, I've known him for a while.
That video was hilarious.
I love that video.
That was one of the times it's like, Digi's insane. But that's not an excuse.
She what's it called? I just love that video for so
I
many
just
reasons.
realized I said Digibro instead of Digine.
Yeah. What's it called? It's one of those things. Kaiser's like, I don't remember meeting Plot until the podcast. Yeah, me and Plot, we go back a little before the podcast. That's literally how I got him into the podcast, because I knew him. I didn't just invite him randomly. Who would do that? Besides Stuffy. Oh, man.
Even then, I was just shit posting you in your chat, and I was like the only person actually there.
No, you weren't the only person. You were just the only, actual shit poster. I'm like, this person fucking browses 4chan and everything.
I hadn't even been using any form of social media for more than 3-ish months before I started hanging out with Unknown in these chats, and I kind of learned over time that the only way to survive in any way, shape, or form on social media sites is just a shit post.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my posting on Twitter went up, I could literally say 100 times because I had posted 3 times in 10 years.
Yeah.
Wait. No, I had 300 tweets from 2011.
Literally everyone I've ever interacted with became super pro social media, and I'm like, I don't think that's a good thing.
Well, no, all I do on Twitter is shit post.
Well, not pro social media, more of they become a lot more active on social media.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I got to get that parasocial clout, man.
It's literally the opposite effect of what I want. I want people to not give a shit about anything.
Oh, I literally just want to make jokes about fucking your mom after Amy Schumer posing nude.
I saw that fucking tweet. I mean, I specifically said Dust because I was referring to Ash.
No, that's what I was like. Technically, it's Ashes.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man.
I should get back to work.
Sorry. We can go back to Isekai if you want.
No. I should get back to work, actually.
Alright. Well, you can make your outro and everything.
Yeah, follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Epstein. So yeah, thank you for having me on.
This is Joe from Pause and Select. You can follow him.
Yo, shut up, dude. No, shut up.
He has 0 history of depression.
His main channel is PewDiePie.
Endless Jazz, PewDiePie, Pause and Select, they're all the same people. You just didn't realize it. It was under your nose the whole time.
Follow me on my main account, youtube.com/Home Depot.
I thought your main account, according to Man and Matt, was KYDB.
Wait, did he say that?
No, I just remember that story you told me a long time ago.
I was about to say, does he think you're that good of an editor?
Yeah. Okay. What?
You want to
Does
say
he think you're that good of an editor?
Joe is good. He's not.
But so is KYDB.
KYDB is godlike.
That's what I'm saying. Like, thinking your KYDB would be a compliment in at least the editorial department.
Yeah, KYDB is like a working man's editor.
KYDB is fucking amazing. He's literally like one of the best anti-supers there is.
But yeah, so essentially what happened was
The boss with the hard R.
What?
Pause of
Look
the
at
hard
the
R. Oh man, Joe, you want to explain how you that?
Oh
situation?
yeah. So essentially what happened was it was AX, I think 2017 or something like that. But it was AX, and it was like that the AniTuber. It was like the AniTuber meetup, which really got stressed. It was kind of shitty. But essentially, like other than like meeting like Abby and Roger, etc., like that was a lot of fun, right? But like for the most part, it was just like, yeah, big AniTubers just hung out with big AniTubers, and like I was just like, man, this is weird. But
Thank God me and What the What took control of it last time, because it was nothing like that.
nice. So essentially what happened was Maname Matt was there, and then he was just like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And he was cordial, nice, and everything. And then he was just like, he's like, "You guys here for the meetup?" And Roger and I were like, "Yeah, of course." And then he's just like, "Yeah, cool, that's cool." He's like, "What channel are you guys?" You like, so I think Roger introduced himself as the Canapa Effect, and I introduced myself as KYDB, and Maname Matt was just like, "Oh, cool, I haven't seen your channel before," and I was just like, "Yeah, you should check it out, dude." And he's like, all right, that's cool. And then so like he pulls out his phone, and then I don't know why he decided to show it to me, but he showed me him looking up KYDB, and then like pointing at the channel. He's like, "This is your channel, right?" And I was like, "Yes, that is." And he's like, "All right, cool." And then he just made this like huge performance of like subscribing
Right.
to the channel. And I'm just like, all right, well, Anime Matt knows KIDB now. But yeah, no, I just spent the
maybe
entire time
Maname
telling
Matt
you.
will stop sucking.
I just told everybody that I was KIDB.
Nah, because this happened years ago.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, this is when he first started out.
He didn't learn. I mean, I'm almost tempted to just pay for KYDB to come to the AX shit. Oh man. Joe. As I was saying, when are you gonna come to the AX meetings again? I know you said you had bad experiences and don't want to do it again.
Never.
I know you had some really bad experiences. What if we try to fix
you guys
it?
want me to talk about how shitty my AX experience was?
Yes.
Maybe when you don't have work to do.
Well, you know what? I can just tell people I had coronavirus, and therefore.
Well, yeah. Let's just do that. Here,
yeah,
pick up your phone, call them, and go.
I'll be like, yeah, I can't, I might have to delay the project for another
2 weeks.
Because I have a coronavirus. And there's like, do you really? I'm just like, are you asking an Asian person whether they've got coronavirus? And then they're gonna be like, how do I get out of this? It's like, the answer is you can't. You just gotta give me the extra extension.
Do you really have it?
No.
Not time to come back in the conversation.
No. Yeah, I don't know. If you guys want, I can tell you all my incredibly.
I mean, if you're gonna spill tea, spill tea.
Yeah, I heard this story. It's not like a private story. He said it a few times. It's amazing though.
He got COVID, and he got so bad that he actually developed laser vision. That's why the government's trying to cover it up. They don't want people to find out that 1 out of 1% of people who get it actually get superpowers.
So, like, here's the thing, right? I usually go to so I only usually go to a one convention a year, which is Anime North. It's the big one in Canada. I usually only go to that one because that's the one I can afford, right? So the uh the the thing was a friend of mine wanted to do AX because I believe what happened was that like he was moving out to somewhere, right? And so like after moving out, like he was moving to some place in British Columbia. And so like after the move, like a lot of his money would be tied up in like, him like getting settled and all that kind of stuff. So like that was really like the last time he had like disposable income for a while. So he wanted to do AX, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, that yeah, sure, that sounds cool, and everything like that. So I thought, okay, yeah, okay, AX is fine. And then, so when I was signing up for AX, I found out about that incredibly strange and expensive tier system where it's just like, yo, do you want to pay like a couple $100 extra more so you don't have to stand in gigantic lines? And I was like, how bad could those lines possibly be?
Oh my god, those lines.
There's a reason it's called LineCon for a reason.
Yeah. So essentially, what ended up happening, right, was the first when I first showed up, I ended up taking a flight that was later on in the evening. So it wasn't too bad, but the problem was that like it actually got delayed by like about like an hour and a half. And so what ended up happening was it landed down about, well, extrapolate the flight time, and so it landed down later. And so what that meant was I landed down right at LAX with 1 hour left to get my badge for like the pre-pickup time. And I was like, okay, that sucks, but I think I can do it, right? Because it's like a 20-minute ride to my hotel, and maybe I can just tell him to just drop me off at like the pickup place, and I'll just like walk the rest of the way to the hotel or something. So the shuttle guy picks me up. I'm the first one he picks up. Then he picks up a bunch of other people up, and then he starts dropping them first all over LA. And I'm just like, okay, maybe this is just like the most efficient way for him to like take this route or something. I have no idea. Turns out I was the last person he dropped off, and I was like, hey, so like, when am I going, like, what's going on here? When am I like getting like dropped off? And he's like, oh, you're still here.
What?
Oh no.
And I was just like, motherfucker.
Oh no.
So
How is that even possible?
like he just forgot I existed. So I was the last person. So, and by that time, right, it was like 9:45. So it was like 15 minutes. I was like, okay, I'm not going to be able to make this, right? So I'm just like, okay, please just drop me off at the hotel. So he drops me off at the hotel. I sign in. My friends are already there. They're asleep by that moment because they're like completely shit-faced. So they're asleep, so I go, and then I'm just like, okay, well, I have to wake up like really early tomorrow. I'm just going to line up really early tomorrow, and I'll pick up the badge. I'll pick up the badge then. So I go to sleep like right after. Immediately. Next day, first day pickup. Or I guess like first pickup day. Line. Have you ever seen the city? Like, have you ever seen the picture of Kowloon City?
No.
The terrible city in the middle of Hong Kong that was destroyed in like the early 90s.
I never. I didn't. No, I haven't.
Oh, is that the?
Look, man, you can just say Detroit.
Oh yes. Fuck.
become
So it felt like Kowloon City, or at the very least, it looked
Yes.
like that. There were people like everywhere. I remember walking from my hotel like down to the convention center, and as I kept walking, I started noticing like there was sort of like a swelling dread that was emerging because I was just like, oh no, there's more and more and more and more people. And then well, got to the place, started lining up. So I asked one of the organizers there, right? Like one of the people with like the badges, like, hey, I want to pick up my badge. Where's the line start? And then she's just like, yeah, over here. So I was like, okay, cool, awesome. So I start standing up in line. And then like about like an hour in, some other guy starts like rearranging the line. He's like, all right, yo, you guys gotta go over here. You gotta go over here. I was like, okay. So I start moving around, and then like in the area where I'm at, he's like, okay, you guys gotta move over here, and he moves us to the back of the line. We're just like, wait a minute, what? So we finally get reshuffled, and then what ended up happening was like we get reshuffled, and the line just ended up it just kept getting reshuffled because it just kept getting longer and longer and longer to the point where the line would just snake past the highway overpass into like neighborhoods.
Jesus.
Just
When
like
was that?
2017. Like it was so long. It was so it just kept snaking, but thankfully there was literally only one saving grace of like being where I was in that line, and that was because some
Right
guy
behind, really pretty.
What?
As the saving grace, you were right behind a really pretty chick.
No, the saving grace was that I was like right behind some like gigantic fat dude with like these incredibly loud, obnoxious headphones, but he kept blasting King of the Hill episodes. So I was just like, well, I can just watch King of the Hill because like he's watching King of the Hill on his phone, but he's got like those headphones that blast outwards, so like I can hear it and I can see his like phone, and I'm just like, all right. So I watched King of the Hill.
Wow.
For a good section, but no, it was like, and so like we got there, and it was I felt like
King of Hill's my favorite anime.
Yeah.
Has there been a good anime review of King of the Hill recently?
I don't know.
Dude, has there been a good anime review since Monkey?
No.
It was.
No, there hasn't. King of the Hill is my favorite anime. It's my favorite isekai.
Hold on, let's let Joe talk.
So as we got through the line, right? I felt like I felt like I was undergoing not the isekai. I felt like I was undergoing a death march. Because we constantly passed people who had passed out. So they were just lying on the ground with like bottles of water, just face down or something. It was literally like it was a sort of Dickensian death march. This took 8 hours. I was in this line for 8 hours. No lie, in this line for 8 hours.
Okay, to tell you, this is not the normal AX experience since the last time I went. They definitely have changed it since then.
Yeah,
So
like this year, what was supposed to happen is that they put a limit cap on how many people could join, but then the coronavirus happened, so no one.
Yeah. So essentially, it was really annoying because my friends had both already gotten their passes, and one of mine, shelled out the extra $500 or something for like the beast mode pass. Yeah, and so they just constantly kept texting me. They're just like, "Yeah, we're going to the Attack on Titan panel. Are you going to that?" And I'm just like, "I'm in line." And there's like, "Yeah, we're going to the I don't know, like the Tomino panel or something. You going to that?" I'm just like, "I'm in line." Yeah, we're gonna go get lunch. You want to meet us at this thing? It's like, I'm in line. So I just constantly kept typing, I'm in line. So we get the pass, right? Okay, there we go. Get the pass. There are more lines, and these lines are also.
I will say this: the very last day, you can get that pass that bypasses all lines for stupid cheap, but only because it's not official. there's people a decent, like, I don't know, like a 5-minute walk away from the con that will just be selling it to random people.
Mm.
Because
would they be selling?
it's not tied to your name. Remember? There was a whole bunch of people selling the premium pass, but
Oh.
it was on the last day.
Yeah.
I almost wish I bought one just because I was like, I'm gonna sign up for the Anime Man versus Giga like an hour early. I got there an hour early. It was already filled, and the only people that could go and get in there was the premium pass people. I was like, damn.
Yeah. Although
All right.
this year, what happened is that they just sold out. Like they have like an even limited amount of.
Yeah,
number.
everything.
Like,
They
have, I
freaking
think they
sold
only had,
out the
like, 100.
premium pass within the first few
they
weeks.
sold that out within 20 minutes, not even.
Or
God.
something stupid.
Like last year, they didn't. They were like, "Oh yeah, buy as many as you want." You have to pay like $400 for it, but if you get it, you get it. Now it's just like, no, only a limited amount of people can get it.
Yeah,
But
because
there'll
they
be a
had
limited amount of people in general, so I guess it evens out. But
the reason
whatever.
was apparently I heard, I can't confirm this, but what I heard from some people was they had a whole bunch of premium pass people, and they were actually kicking people out who have been waiting in line for a long time because a premium pass person said, oh, they wanted to be in front of the line.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah. So you say that.
I mean, you pay like $400. It better be worth it. But
yeah.
So you say that, Unknown. Funny story. Have I told you the story about me waiting at the Tokyo Ghoul movie premiere?
No. Oh my god.
No. I was in line. I was in line with my boys, and one of my, the one friend who bought like the $400, $500 pass. He's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna wait in line with you guys, because I'm gonna, we're link our arms in solidarity and all that kind of shit. It's gonna be cool. So we were there, we were in line. We were in that line for 3 hours. 3 hours. We were in that line for
People do
3
that.
hours waiting for like the Tokyo Ghoul like premiere thing, and it wasn't too bad because we were right beside. We were sitting beside a bunch of dudes from Colorado, and they kept laughing at my jokes. So I was just like, yeah, this is good time, yeah. Somebody thinks I'm funny. So
Don't know what's
So,
wrong
like-
with them. Fool.
yeah, exactly. So it wasn't too bad of a 3 hours, but like, so they start letting people in, right? They start letting people in. I'm just like, all right, cool. So we're slowly like getting people in and all that kind of stuff. We're getting people in, and then what ended up happening was that like, we almost got in. I'm literally like 10 people away, 10 people away, and then. And so like I can see it. I can taste the door, right? Yeah, 10 people in. And then what happened is they're just like, okay, we only have spots. There's like, okay, we only have spots for 6 more people. If anybody has a premium pass, show it now. And then my friend with the premium pass was like, oh, that's me. So he gets in, and I'm just like, fuck no. But like the people in front of us, right, didn't have premium passes. There's like, okay, well, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay or something. And then
the premium comes out.
and then they're just like looking at like, they're just like, okay. So they're looking around, and they're just like, okay, we think we can make more room. So like they bump it from like 6 to like 12 or 15 or something. I'm just like, yes, thank God. I'm literally just going to get in at the last moment.
Oh no.
3 or 4 premium pass people just run up to the door, and they're like, we got premium passes. I'm just like, fuck. And then like the people in front of me were just like, okay, well, at least we'll still get in, and so forth. And I'm just like, okay, well, they'll still get in. And then people with press passes just showed up, and then like they just up, and they're just like, we have press passes, and they're just like, well, you guys go in, and then they just closed the door, and then nobody else got in.
Oh, that's the worst. Fuck that.
So I'm just like, should have applied for a press pass.
I heard there's actually quite a few different type of passes. There is the normal pass, then there's the premium pass, and then there's a pass above that, but that's only what's it called? Allowed to people that who are technically it's allowed to only people that work with those that have panels, but a lot of them just say, "Oh yeah, this is my friend who works at this panel," but they weren't actually working there. They just gave it them extra passes that could get them past the premium pass. And then there's the panel people pass, which was like it overrides any pass that there is.
I was told that if you have if you just say that you have a YouTube channel, you can get a pass that way.
No,
I have
you
no
have to
clue.
have a certain amount of clout and all that stuff.
Hmm.
Like, I think you might, Rika, if it wasn't for the controversy around you, you might be able to do it.
Okay.
Like, if you unlisted your lolly video for a good, like, few
Fuck
months beforehand, just for a few months, and then right after it, publish it again, you might be able to get it.
Nah.
Oh, man.
Joe would agree. Nah, fuck that. Arguing for lollies is better than staying in line.
No compromises.
Yeah, no compromises. Lollies and stuff.
Who knows? Maybe it's so long ago
rain down
that
from the heavens. In a
maybe
Korean,
it's so long ago that
attacked
they
by
won't
lollies.
care. Maybe it's so long ago they won't care. I know you have to know a few people for it to get
Really?
those. I don't know.
You went to a website and applied for it.
Maybe. From what I was told, they knew a few people that got them into contact with the people for Anime Expo, and that's how they got the panels, and that's how they got their shit. But I'm sure if you just contacted some of the mid-tier YouTubers, I guess, you could do it. What the fuck did you do, Plot? Why did you just change your fucking profile?
I was just being bored.
Technically, I think I would never be allowed to get one, no matter how big my audience was. Because I would have to unlist so many videos for me to be able to get
Do you really
it.
think that they check? Like, you could just say, "Hi, I'm this person. I have like X
No,
amount
because
of
most
subs.
of
it's more than 10,000.
Because it's
Give
more
me a pass."
No, because most of it, from what I heard, is people that are invested in the anime community, and what's it called? It's usually a guy who knows a person, and they can hook you up with them. From what I heard.
Might as well just stick to buying $400 passes.
Yeah.
I know that
I won't even get anyways.
Roger got like a big
I mean, if you have 1 million, then maybe. Then maybe they could just say, "I don't give a shit what your pass is."
If you have 1 million, you're basically like Giguk or
you're only like
Anime
5
Man,
people.
or, like if you're one of those people, literally the entire Western anime community revolves around you in some degree. So it's like you could walk in and people are like, "Oh yes, you just walk fucking in." No one cares.
I honestly would love, like, what's it called? I don't care much about clout. I don't care much about size, because the only thing I look at is if I lose subscribers on a video. That usually tells me, oh, I guess I put out a bad video, or I put out video my audience doesn't want. It's one of those two things. And shit like that. So I do look at the statistics based on that. But when it comes down to it, if you ever get down to like 1 million subs, I think they would just overlook whatever fucking past you have, as long as no one fucking cares much.
I guess.
I would love to have 1 million and then be like, what's it called? Add a panel. But at the same time, I'm not one to just like whore myself out for views. I mean, I will do like whatever tags and everything. That's pretty much as much I will do. It's like I would just invite Joe, give him alcohol, and just let him rant in front of an audience. Oh man, I would love to do that. Joe...
Honestly, my goal with Joe is just to get him somewhere in front of an audience and just give him as much alcohol as he wants before passing out.
Oh man, yes, dude.
That is unironically like probably my only goal for
did you do a rant?
You and giving you alcohol, which is probably not good for your mental health or physical health for that matter. But every time you're drunk, I kind of love you, so it's like
Yeah, I mean, you will do a rant against Maname Matt, and then Maname Matt will challenge him to AX.
I feel bad.
I would love to
that. Just like you go to every panel cast, and then just the next, they're just insulting the very next person that's going to be on the panel.
Oh god. Okay.
I would love to just like sit down and just
Talk
yeah,
with.
I would love to just sit down with like Maname Matt with just like a keg in front of me.
Maname Matt is actually a really nice guy. So
Wait! I thought of something. Joe, you mentioned the only reason you went to Anime Expo is because your friend had a lot of extra money and all that, right?
Well, he had disposable income, not a lot of extra money.
Well, yeah, disposable income. What I'm saying is, Rika, if me and you went to Anime Expo and we shared a room again, would you go half and half, and both of us pay for Joe so that he can come to an Anime Expo?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
That's really
I'll pay.
awkward.
I'll pay.
I mean, couldn't one of you
you'll
just
have
like
your own room,
stick
so you
Joe
don't
in a
have to-
suitcase?
Or, I mean,
He may be Asian,
yeah,
but I
leave
don't
him
think
in a
he's that
suitcase.
small.
Wow, interesting.
is
Joe,
he? I
okay,
don't know.
so Joe, what if we both invited you to AX? Would you come?
So
Would you?
I would
That's
say,
interesting.
so like the thing is, right? Like honestly, I would say,
He probably declined, but
yeah, I would say no because it would be really awkward on my end because I'd be like, oh shit.
I think we both beat you.
I
in-
got invited. Do I have to be funny? What's
Joe,
going on?
No, you don't have to be funny.
No,
you just
no.
got to be you.
Joe, you just be there. I'll provide you the alcohol. You just do whatever you
And
want.
then you just become funny.
I love the idea that you'll be there for like about a week, and I just keep providing you alcohol.
Have you seen? Did I tell
He
you guys?
wakes up and I got to the next
Joe. I think we beat you in income so that we can afford it. That's pretty much what it is.
Well,
Wait,
this is
what's this
essentially-
about beating Joe?
Well, interesting. Wait, what?
we're
So,
talking.
wait, I don't know if have I told you? I might have told Rika about like how my anime North stuff usually goes.
No,
I think
I
you
don't
told
think
me
you
that
told me.
literally you go to Anime North and you just get buzzed out for the entirety of the journey. or
Well,
something
yeah,
like
and that includes panels I show up at.
Yes, and your panels
Yeah.
are also like this is also the reason I do what you
Yeah,
do.
it's just
We
complete
had panels
chaos.
where you just drunk. Like apparently every time you told me this, your panels are like the most lively and everyone has the greatest time in the world.
I don't know if I call it the greatest time in the world. It's more just like I keep getting redder and redder. I'm just like, oh no, do they notice? And then I pull out a
keep drinking.
bottle of wine. I'm just like, they don't notice. As I'm just literally standing there, the only person on the panel. But I would do that for like other panels that I'd show up to, but not actually like be a panelist for. Like, yeah, you guys know like Anime Uproar, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
You know, the one thing I'm interested in Anime Uproar is I want to talk political philosophy with him because I heard he's a master. He got a master's in political philosophy, and
I thought he said he had a
PhD,
doctorate in it.
What really?
Yeah, he's got a PhD.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, PhD.
Like,
I want to talk
honestly,
with him because
I'm
I'm
gonna say
very
we should-
interested in that. That's one
That's interesting. Huh.
because that's
Honest,
Wow.
okay.
like-
Here's if I had to have a PhD for fun, I think I would. Yes, for fun. If I had to,
PhD for fun.
if I had to have one for fun, it would probably be political philosophy, and that's why that's one
You
reason.
just want to shitpost with philosophy. you
Yes, I
fucking
do.
be like,
I
if I
really
wanted
do.
to dedicate
I-
8 years of
By
my
the way, the
life to a
Jews-
subject for
Swear to
fun,
God.
Yes, I would literally do it. Stuffy, you
But-
may joke about it, but I would
No,
literally want
no.
to.
Like, honestly, that's
Oh,
one thing that pisses me off to no end about Anime Uproar's content.
Here's the thing.
is he's got this perspective that could be really fucking interesting
Yes.
if
Here's
he
the
took like a week or two to make a video.
Here's the
But
thing.
instead, he shovels out the same drock everyone else does.
Stuffy. The reason why I'm having so much trouble deciding what I want to do in college recently is because I have 4 years already where I get paid to go.
Yeah, GI
then-
Bill.
Yes, and the next 4 years, because of where I signed up, I get for free. So whatever I do, I'm pretty much locked in. to it because the rest of whatever I do after that is I gotta pay out of my own pocket. And so I'm really wondering that. But if I could choose what I do for fun,
if you're not going to like use it, I would almost say history, just because you can laugh at how retarded people actually are.
no, I want to use it for a job, and I've been literally thinking about what the fuck job I want for the past year.
Are you thinking of teaching?
I've been very interested in it, but I've been talking to Full about it, of course, for multitude of reasons. But as I was saying, like, if I had to choose one for fun, it would be political philosophy.
Because, like, I was going to go into psychology until I found out you have to get a master's, and to even get into a master's program for psychology in the U.S., you got to be like the top 0.1% of graduate students.
I could do that easily.
Because, like, there's just no market for it.
I mean, in my class, I was in the top
if I was
0.1.
going to go back just to expand my knowledge, it would be into history. Because it's really funny to even get a layman's like trying to think of the right word. History. It's not quite understanding. Understanding of history, and realize how people just repeat the same mistake.
Yeah.
It doesn't even take them long.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Like, we're literally watching... You can turn on the news right now and watch the beer hall push.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. So,
hold on.
What's it called?
Wait.
Joe.
Oh, that's Jesus with Baby Yoda? What the fuck?
Joe, would you be okay with coming to AX if me and Rika both paid for it?
I would not be okay with that.
Yeah. Come on. We want you to come. We really want you to come.
The problem, right, is that like I feel like a sort of like strange financial like guilt about it.
Good. You know? Okay, fine. You can pay me 50 cents and pay Rika 50 cents.
He's worried you're going to make him give up the ass.
You can pay both of us 50 cents, and that will be okay.
I mean, I don't.
30. You paid us back.
I don't know why you think it's gonna be like this hilarious. I don't know why you think it's gonna be this hilarious romp if I show up.
I didn't say hilarious.
I'm just gonna be in the hotel room watching diners dive into.
Dude, I want to meet you. That's why. That's literally it. That's literally all. What's it called?
Honestly,
our income bracket can definitely afford you.
AX. Yeah. Have you tried, Joe? Have you tried reaching out to AX to get a panel?
So I haven't, right? But like I've only been to AX once. I do it at AN all the time, right? But AX itself, no. I've only been to it once, and I didn't want to be all like, oh, my first time is going to be like nothing but panel. It's going to be like a panel thing. I want to experience it.
Well, you experience live.
My experience.
But no, like if you could get a panel, even for just your plane ticket and a hotel room.
I don't think I'm popular enough for that, because AX actually. So you might find this interesting, but AX
has standards.
So
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I think you need to have like over 300,000 subs, give or take, to get a.
That actually doesn't surprise me.
You have to be pretty fucking popular to get a full ride.
Yeah.
So the thing here is that like
it is
AX
the most
actually did do like a sort of call for papers. If anybody is familiar with like what a call for, if anybody's unfamiliar with it, a call for papers is, it's whenever a journal article is like a journal article or a book or something is like looking for people to contribute to it, they do a call for papers. So essentially, it's just like, this is what the book is, this is what it's about, these are the types of things that we want to talk about. If you have a paper, or if you're writing a paper, or if you're researching something that like talks about that kind of thing, please let us know. And maybe they'll do that. So AX actually did do that. They actually did create like an advertisement for the for a panelist, for like a panelist group for the for like an isekai thing. And they did it on the UPenn Call for Papers website. So they literally went to like the biggest like academic portal in the U.S. and they're just like, we want people to like talk about isekai. But they didn't. There's no compensation.
Oh,
So which is why like actual like scholars on isekai won't show up because they're not going to get paid for it.
but yeah, that sucks. If you're doing a call for papers, obviously you should pay for at least the trip or the hotel or well, ideally both. But come on, you don't offer that without that.
Most call for papers, right? Like most call for papers and most like call for papers for like panels are not paid.
There's only one thing I say. Anime Matsuri. When I visited that state for Anime Matsuri, what's it called? There's one thing that I loved about Anime Matsuri.
The fact that Houston is a great food town.
Well, no,
What?
but literally their hotels are connected to the con, so that you literally could just walk from the hotel to the con. And there's literally a way to go from the hotel to the con. And I was like, holy shit, that is fucking brilliant. Like, you don't even go outside. It's literally one fucking bridge, and it will just go to the next, and by then you're in Anime Matsuri. And I was like, that was the most brilliant decision I've ever seen, and I feel like they almost worked together to do that shit.
Yeah, most cons that are run by competent people work with the hotels.
Yeah, but literally connecting them, that is
okay, dude.
That is brilliant beyond
You
belief.
need to go to Dragon Con one day, where all 5 hotels are connected.
Dude,
What's
that sounds
Dragon
amazing.
Dragon Con is a fantasy convention in Atlanta.
Huh. Okay. I'm not big into cons, so I'm just.
I mean, I enjoyed Anime Matsuri a lot. I got to meet Vic. I took some photos with him. But I actually got into a VIP little party with him. What's it called? Back when, because I knew Nick Ricada and all of them. What's it called? They all invited me with Vic, and we all had a private party. Of course, Vic didn't know who I was, so obviously he doesn't endorse anything I say. But what's it called? Everyone else knew who I was.
I mean, he doesn't endorse anything Nick says either.
He doesn't endorse anything of anyone. So,
I mean, that would be the smart thing to do.
Yeah. What's it called? In fact, Nick knew very few people from there. All he pretty much knew was his lawyer and Nick and almost no one else. So, clearly he doesn't endorse pretty much anyone there. But damn, was that the most amazing fucking conversation I had with him. Because I actually got to have a one-on-one conversation for about like 20 to 30 minutes. And
I kind of sit there and go, if you're going to go to a con, plan it around, is the town a good food town?
There's one thing. Like, I could have a little bit of doubts on the Vic situation beforehand, but after talking with him for 20 minutes one-on-one, I have no doubts that majority of them, like, accusation are false or highly, like, exaggerated, because he definitely is not the kind of person that would do any of that shit, because what's it called? Being in the military, you really pick up how to figure out if someone's bullshitting you face to face.
Also, you learn how to spot a scumbag.
Well, yeah, that too. But what's it called? Because in the military, almost every single person you meet is trying to backstab you, because the military almost incentivizes backstabbing to rank up higher and everything like that. So you really pick up on that really fucking fast, or else you are pretty much shark meat. Like you get eaten alive if you don't pick up on that skill. And thankfully I wasn't eaten alive, and I picked up on that skill real fast. So, like, that time with Vic was probably the most, anything you see, like, all the live streams, all the defenses of Vic, like, and all that, like, I had just a little tiny bit of doubt, but that 20-minute conversation one-on-one with him, erased everything I did a scene, and it made me actually like talk to him and reveal stuff like I never revealed to even some of my girlfriends. Holy shit, the fact that he got me to talk about so much shit was insane.
Actually, one thing we need to talk to Joe about, because this happened since the last time we spoke to him. Our Cumtown getting yeeted.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm on the new subreddit, baby. I got this. I joined that forum like day one. I joined that forum day one, dude. One day, master power, power.
They
poster?
did it,
Yeah.
Reddit.
Yeah. No.
My god.
Yeah. They knew about it like a week before. Because somebody tipped them off.
Yeah, but like that. I don't know. To me, that's one of the lamest things you can do is censor someone who really.
Discord
Well,
crash.
I'm against it, period. But like, I severely doubt the Cumtown podcast subreddit was that bad.
Okay, so could
it's-
someone hook me in and explain what that is?
It's I'd say kind of center left podcast.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm back.
So Cumtown is a podcast that describes itself as a podcast about having gay sex with your dad.
What?
I kind of like these guys.
Dude, they're great. Was I the one who told you about Cumtown stuff? Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I don't listen to them because I'm too busy listening to hardcore history.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
The Cumtown bit on hardcore history.
My
Oh,
brother
no.
has a
Hello,
problem with
everybody.
hardcore history because he
Is this
says
like
that
real
the way
or
it cites stuff
a
is
parody?
Hello, everybody. My name is Dan Kyle, and this is Hard R History.
You guys hear me?
Yes,
I
we
mean,
hear you.
he did spend a lot of time talking about the Celtic Holocaust.
Rika, we did hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Crashed again. I don't know why.
No, we were saying
to
we hear you.
summarize, Cumtown is it's so the political positions of its hosts are center left. But it's not really it's not a political podcast. It's just a podcast of three dudes who sit around for an hour and then talk about things. But the thing that like sells it is that like they're all functionally failed stand-up comedians. So it's just
functionally failed.
Okay, see, I used to listen to Tell 'em Steve Dave, which is literally three friends of Kevin Smith, and one of them went on to create Impractical Jokers.
Yeah, so like the reason why I say functionally failed is because like two
They
of them
can't sell
still,
tickets on their own.
Yeah, they like two of them still do stand up, right? But they're not successful. Man, this podcast is very successful.
Yeah.
But they just talk about random stuff, and I don't know. It's so hard to describe it.
It's one of those things where being good on a podcast and being good in stand-up are very different things.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't have anyone to play off of when you're up there, when you're doing stand-up. Unless you pull a Sklar Brothers, in which case it's basically a podcast, except with bits. And I just fucked up my own analogy.
Yeah, so there's like so this podcast has bits like where they spend 40 minutes going through the small dick problem subreddit.
What?
And then they read the thread comments to like the tune of Linkin Park. There's like, yeah, these are Linkin Park lyrics.
Okay.
Hmm.
No, maybe we need to have maybe I need to join your podcast with Digine just so we can read off of LGBT.
Oh my god. Okay, if I get Digine to agree to that would be amazing. If I get Digine to agree to the Pseudo Intellectual podcast, I would love that. Actually, I'm going to DM him.
Okay. Hey, DM her.
Yeah, sorry. I'm fucking. I'm 45-ish shots in. So I'm fucking drunk off
Dude,
my
that
mind.
shit it's Fireball. It doesn't fucking count.
Okay, I want to see you drink 45 shots of
I
Fireball.
haven't had a drink in 7 years.
I don't give a shit. I want to see you drink 45 shots. I want to see you drink 45 shots of any fucking thing that is
I've been clean
alcoholic.
for 7 years. Look, I need to prove a point.
Yeah, because I was really fucking good at drinking.
I fucking outdrinked an entire entire ship. And not by like one at a time. I meant more of like
No, he means
every single
if
person.
you added them all up together.
No. obviously not that. I meant what's it called? There was only
Wait.
What's it called?
I just need to
There
read
was
the
only-
headline of this.
There was only one.
Is trans man pussy really tighter than cis pussy, bros? I'm straight, but I'm an FTM coworker.
Okay, here's the thing: trans pussy is inherently tighter. But what's it called? I know this from someone who said he had a fetish.
That's as dumb as that argument we were having. And
No, I know this from someone. I had a friend who inherently had a huge ass fetish for fucking trans people. It's like, what's it called? They said it's inherently tighter because you can't make the hole bigger than their penis pretty much most of the time. And that's because of they use the penis.
No,
to make the hole.
dude. See, you're thinking like a male to female. This is female to male pussy.
What?
Their urethra.
No.
I know.
This is a woman who's transitioning into a man. They still have a vagina. Someone is asking if it is tighter than a normal woman's pussy.
Why would there be a difference?
I don't know.
Dude, it's LGBT. Like, half of it's insane people.
Okay.
I don't
It is.
remember.
It is responsible for the best game, which is this a shit post or not?
Yes, I love that game. That game is fucking amazing.
Oh shit, dude! It's gotten worse since the last time I was on because there's a diaper containment thread.
Okay, I'm almost.
Jesus.
I'm gonna drink a few more shots.
More coffee.
What
Yeah.
were you talking about right before that? I had a huge point.
no, just make
Joe, what were you saying?
Having sex with your dad?
yeah, something about that. Yeah.
No, it was before that. I know I had I had a huge fucking point I was talking about, and then Suffy interrupted me. It's
Something
just
about that podcast about the guy reading the.
Diginate.
Oh boy.
I was saying I really need to get Diginate on the Pseudo Intellectual podcast because I think I could, like, so many questions could be answered. Plot. Your question about what the fuck happened in that time frame that we made this giant timeline that we do not know what happened to where Digi completely just got pissed off at everyone and everything in the world. Remember that?
Huh?
No. I remember-
There's that one
I know
timeline.
there was a time he just stopped doing Twitter stuff for like 6 months.
There's that time, but I'm talking about there's this one time where he went and visited. I'm a little too drunk. Someone or something or did some trip, and then he came back completely different from how he was, almost a fucking nihilist. Do you remember that? We made that timeline a long time ago.
I remember we sat and we like just scrolled through his videos on his
Ow.
We spent like 7 hours making this fucking timeline.
I kind of remember what you're talking. I don't know if that was the conclusion we came to. I remember that there was like periods where he just sat there and he was like on his the needle drop kick, and he would
I
just like
remember that.
cite
The needle drop almost every
Anthony
single time.
Fantano for
Oh my god.
literally everything.
Yeah,
and
but
then
there
he-
was a little before that. There was this one time where he went on this trip for like 1 to 2 weeks, or give or take. And then after he came back, it seemed like he completely changed his personality and hated everyone and everything. And you were wanting to know what the fuck happened during that time because he had such a drastic change in character.
I don't know. That seems like he does that so often though. That doesn't seem abnormal.
No,
to me.
that was like a significant change compared to all the other times.
I don't know. I couldn't. Because I know one of those trips that was when he met May, and then. But then there were other ones.
We will have to look it up because I somewhat remember it.
I don't have
but
time for that kind of stuff.
Come
I've got
on.
a job now.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Let's just take at least a couple hours every few weeks, and we will look it up and try to find that timeline. How about that?
Jeez. What a waste of time. What the fuck?
No, that timeline.
I know
is
exactly.
No, that
What are you
timeline.
doing?
That
Literally,
time-
like,
Look, man,
yes,
he's
no,
already
no,
got to
no,
spend
no,
a
no,
couple
Rico,
of
Rico,
hours
Rico,
every
2 years
week
ago, before they
listening
changed their
in
mind.
on Foe and I
Why?
play D&D.
Rika,
Half that's because I'm stuck in traffic.
Rika, that is a significant fucking timeline in the Digi saga because it changed.
Digi's gonna fucking die, and then no one's gonna care about.
Hold
his
on,
fucking
that was a
timeline. Her
significant
timeline. Whatever.
Hold on,
Fucking-
that was a significant change in his entire form.
What are you talking about? His timeline
Digi
will be
never
so much more
fucking
important after he
changed.
dies.
Nothing changed.
No,
don't believe people that say that
I
change-
100%
cheat
believe
or
that was a
changed, whatever.
significant time change
I
in
believe
his
people
content.
can change, but only for the worse.
I mean, look
I
at
think
Mother's
people change
Basement.
their ideas, not their personalities, but whatever.
Fly's right when you look at Mother's Basement. He apparently was an anti-SJW, and then he became literally the things that he mocked.
Can we all just admit that anti-SJWs are almost as fucking cringy?
No, I mean, it
What?
depends. Because Mother's Basement somehow became more cringy than anti-SJWs.
Which is saying something.
That is saying a lot.
But, like, Mother's...
Okay, hold on.
Jeff,
I want to talk about this comment. I can barely see it because I'm so drunk. I'm seeing everything moving around, but I'll read it. Controversial by Dino. Controversial opinion. I believe Vic and Monica had a casual encounter once, and it didn't go anywhere, and was just an awkward and Monica is lashing out due to jealousy.
Wait, isn't that what Nick basically assumes?
Yeah, that pretty much. I can't.
Like, that's
Here's
just
the thing.
the simplest answer.
Here's the thing about everything. I can't say what Nick said. I refuse to say it because I think the lawsuit could be affected if I ever said whatever the fuck Nick said. And
I mean, it's
Or
just you
Vic
giving your
said-
opinion. You're not...
No, look, just don't say anything.
I'm not
Just
gonna
don't
say
even-
anything.
Just
but what
skip
I'm
that conversation and just say I can't say anything and just leave it.
just
at that.
yeah, I'm gonna say I can't say anything, but
Should I have more coffee?
I believe Vic 1,000 times more than Monica. Because what Vic said sounds way the fuck more reasonable than whatever the fuck Monica said. It like if you think of whatever kind of reasonable outcome or situation that happened, let's just say it might be that. Because Monica's situation where she apparently went outside and did all these things with the building not even having a fucking what's it called, that one thing where you go outside and it has a patio, what's it called, Duffy?
Terrace?
A balcony?
Balcony, yeah. Like it didn't even have a balcony. All like almost everything that Monica said inside her statement, not only would that didn't happen, but it was literally impossible because this places didn't even have those. what I'm saying is like Monica's story sounds more bullshit than anything I've ever heard, but Vic sounds like the more reasonable statement, but I can't say it.
Okay.
I mean,
If you
I
can't
think
say
one
it, there's
of the
no point in
best
the
way to
conversation either way because there's nowhere it goes.
one of the
Beyond you
best
just
ways I know to
arguing.
put
No,
it
I mean,
is
what's it called?
say
in
Vika.
the jurisdiction she said it happened in. Whether it happened or not, she's still not.
Status of the whole lawsuit.
It's in appeals. There's no point in talking about it until the appeals are done. All right, dude, your live stream went dead.
Yeah, someone just told me that. Holy shit, right when I talk about Vic and the things I can't talk about, it becomes dead.
Man, you should have a soundboard so you can play the X-Files music right now, dude.
Oh, it says we got back.
Yeah.
I did that giant rant about Vic, and then all of a sudden it comes up.
I would
You
rather
know what?
talk
That could
about
be for
just
the
about
best.
anything
You know what?
else.
That could be for the best.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything.
Look, can't we talk about something more tolerable, like sounding?
Can't
Dude,
we talk about something more tolerable? Like whatever that thing Joe was talking about with the podcast.
Oh, come down.
Wait, which part? About fucking your dad?
Obviously.
I mean, we're on a stream, so we can't play is it a guy or a girl.
What was the was it Long Rod Ranch?
I heard Rico.
Ram Ranch.
I wasn't paying attention. What did I
18
miss?
naked cowboys looking to get fucked.
They had a character. They had a character called Molestrio,
Okay.
which is just like some fat Greek kid who's really into Gavin McGinnis.
Okay.
All right, I can.
It's a lot better when you hear it. I don't know. It's very.
See,
hard for
I'm
me to
starting to
describe.
see why their subreddit got canceled. It's still bullshit,
Howdy,
but
go.
at least I'm starting to understand it.
So here's the thing. I really love that Cumtown subreddit because I don't know how to describe it other than it was just dudes being dudes. Like, there were yes. So there was a lot of like there was a lot of racism and misogyny and transphobia on there, and I do not condone any of that. But there were also like posts that had like hundreds of upvotes of some guy who was just like, I bought a telescope and now here are the pictures of cows in a field. And like he was updating
Ram
people
Ranch.
daily.
That's what it is,
Wow.
Ram Ranch.
That's a fucking amazing. Holy shit.
And like before it got taken down, there was some guy who was just like, I found this caterpillar in my driveway and I'm going to make a moth farm. He was
Fuck.
updating people at his moth farm.
That sounds actually really fun.
Yeah, it's Cumtown.
Definitely like how you're juggling multiple things at
All right,
once.
what is with all the posts
in the
about
chat.
cuttable cake recently? Like all
Uh,
across the internet, I've been seeing.
Oh, I don't know. It just caught on fire. It's like the only thing a certain group of people can do that's funny.
Yeah. I think it's just that today's boring. So they're like, oh yeah, remember that meme from months ago? Look again.
Yeah.
So the
There it
last-
is again.
I don't know how many
Wait,
days
it's
been
all
since,
cake.
something
Always
good
has
hasn't
been.
happened.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Anyhow, I probably should get back to work, so I will see y'all later.
Oh, what
All
are
right,
working
you
on?
can make
Just
your
curious.
outro real fast. and then-
What are you working on? Just curious.
You know, so
Oh yeah, sorry.
so if you want, instead of saying you have the coronavirus, you could just say I'm going to go to a protest, and I think they'd let you off.
What?
I mean, no one does protests in Canada anymore.
Yeah, dude, that ended
I
like
think
2 weeks ago.
I mean, unless you're
That's
flying-
bullshit,
going to
Stuffy.
Toronto-
and you
I think
know it. There's literally protests still happening, literally a
Oh,
few
yeah.
days
Yeah,
ago.
not in Canada, not here.
I don't
At
know
least
about
don't
in
think-
other
not like
countries,
in America,
but
sure,
in America it's still happening.
Dude, in America, the Supreme Court labeled that half of Oklahoma belongs to the Native Americans.
What?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
Oklahoma,
How?
so no one cares.
I know.
No, it literally did happen. I
What
think
the
that's an overreach of what the fuck the Supreme Court could do.
Oh, by far it
I mean, the
is,
Supreme Court
because
is supposed
that's
to-
actually the Supreme Court issuing a treaty.
Yeah, I'm like, what the actual fuck when it came to that decision?
And no
think-
one's going to challenge it.
I
I mean,
don't
no one
think
can
that.
challenge it. It's the Supreme Court.
No, they can. It's just it's
You have to
really
have-
fucking hard to challenge it.
You'd have to be a fucking, I don't know, fucking president almost. fucking challenge that.
You need the executive, and I think it's 2/3 of the House,
You have to have a.
but it might be 51%.
You have to have a stupid amount of power to fucking challenge that decision.
Yeah, it has to be the House. I think it's House, Senate, and President have to agree on it.
I'm saying that I honestly believe is a stupid overreach of Supreme Court power.
Casino owners to back you.
Give me a second.
All right, Joe, you can make your outro. We'll let you go.
I'm still curious to know what you're working on. You still didn't answer.
So I'm doing a so Anime North is doing how can I describe it? They're doing like a Twitch stream thing for their panels instead of the they're doing a Twitch stream thing for their panels instead of
So they're doing a digital convention instead of like a normal convention.
Yeah, but I think it's free, right? You know, you can just like show up and you know, and people just like talk about shit. And so there's like, hey,
I know that basically AX wanted to do that as well, but then they got pissed at Funimation for saying they're going to do that too.
So essentially they were just like, hey, you know, do you want to do a panel? And I was like, I can do one. So I'm just going to do a 30-minute condensed version of like my apocalypse videos. So that's what I'm working on. It's going to be updated to have a little bit more information in regards to stuff like, you know, like the Japan Sync stuff and like the role of like, say, like line in the Fukushima disaster.
Why don't you show them your Jinro video? It'd be very
the video is going to haunt me forever, bro.
Dude, I mean, it's the Jinro is kind of, I mean, like the themes of it are pretty relevant even today.
I think the thing that like really gets me about that video is that I made that in Windows Movie Maker.
Oh no!
And it's my most popular video.
Oh no!
I mean, I can see why it's popular though. You know, it's pretty relevant.
Well, it blew up like before, like even like stuff now.
I mean, even dude,
like
the themes in Jinro are pretty relevant. Like the events, you know, are pretty much the kind of events you'd see like Hong Kong, you know, like shit like that. You know, like fucking riot.
Well, it does make sense, right? It is like based off the Kerberos saga.
Yeah. You know, I've always heard that it's basically like, I've heard conflicting information. What came first, the anime or those live action movies?
The live action. So the Jinro world came before the anime because Oshii did a bunch of films in the 80s that were set in the Jinro universe called like the Red Spectacles.
Yeah, I know the name. It's like I've just always heard conflicting information on what came first.
So like in my opinion, right, the live action stuff came first. Because they share the same universe as like the Wolf Brigade. It's just different people, you know, different subjects.
You know what? Ever since I saw Jinro, rewatched it, I just kind of wondered what it'd be like if we had like a brigade like the Wolf Brigade, and you know, the Wolf Brigade invading Chaz.
Why would you do that? The Chaz will just self-destruct.
I think the Chaz would shit their pants if they saw like kinds of guys walking in.
No, they did the brilliant thing of trying to start a self-sufficient government in the middle of a fucking city.
I love this because it shows communism.
And they had the black only garden or something.
Yeah, because the funny thing
I love though that within a week they had a warlord.
Yeah, yes.
Within 3 days, it was 3 days, not a week. Yeah. Within 3 days.
I'm not done yet.
Called the Chop.
They had a warlord, and they had reverse Jim Crow.
Yes, it was actually.
And they shot at some black teenagers.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty much. They had. They want no police, right?
No, not just shot. They fucking took him out of the car, fucking dragged him out in execution style, killed him. This wasn't like self-defense or anything. This was fucking execution style. Like don't get it wrong. This wasn't
he went to him. He's like, "Oh, you're still alive, huh?" And then you shot him. Like that was kind of tragic.
No, it was worse than that.
You can literally hear him say that.
It was a little worse than that. But what I was saying is like,
Okay, whatever.
this was fucking insane. If you look at it, there's no justification for it. Like, at least with most cops, they're like, when people riot and say there's no justification, there is some small justification for it. But this one, and when people take their matters in their own hands, there's absolutely none.
Well, it's not just that, but it's just the fact that they went after just anybody. You know, they didn't go after cops or anything. The people they were saying they wanted to defund, they went after some ordinary person. You know, this is like, it's basically when people say, there was a meme I saw where somebody made a joke about real communism has never been tried. Real Chaz has never been tried. It's basically chopped communism.
No, Chopped is almost as communist as you can get. They literally do believe in what's it called?
I mean, I say
owning private property is not legal there. Apparently,
I know. I'm saying Chopped because they renamed it to Chop instead of Chaz.
Yes, that's literally what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying is their communism is pretty much a thing. They don't believe in private property. They don't believe in actual fucking economics, or what I'm not economics. I mean money and all that shit. They pretty much believe in handing out everything, but the only difference is that they hand out the food and everything to blacks first and white people second. But when it comes to law enforcement,
I think they would probably hand it to like other people before them.
Okay, whatever. What I'm saying is like, what's it called? But the only problem is when they come to the law enforcement, like, from what the law enforcement sees, is blacks gets the chopping first.
Well, I mean, to me, the fact that they got a warlord within 72 hours was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need anything after that.
Like, whatever the fuck Chop, like, Chop legitimately tries to be as communist as possible, but they what's it called? They fucked it up so hard that they became an authoritarian fascist state almost.
I mean, that's kind of like a statement on exactly how hard it is to actually have like such.
No, that's 100% I believe, because these motherfuckers don't know how hard it is to actually do the job of the police officers. And I've been in these situations. I've literally done security shit. And it's like, it's not as, hold on, shut the fuck up. It's not as easy as people fucking think it is. And especially with what the adrenaline and blood rush you get in your body. Holy fucking shit. Like, these people that say, oh my god, these cops are on a power trip. And it's like, have you ever felt how much adrenaline runs through you? It's like, these cops are high as fuck on adrenaline and everything like that. Like, holy fucking shit. I've had to kick so many officers off of people, what's it called, when we're arresting people, because they were like so close to literally fucking pulling out their baton and beating someone who is on the fucking ground just because of their power and shit like that. Like, holy fucking shit. It's really fucking hard to not go overboard.
I was talking about the fact that, you know, if you're trying to have...
Anyhow, I'm going to get to work, so I will see you guys later.
I'm sorry. You can make your outro now.
If cometown.org.
Yep.
All right.
Joe from Pause and Select.
What I'm saying is, like, these shits are way the fuck harder than anyone actually takes credit for. And if you do not fucking know what it's like to actually be in this situation, then I don't know what to say. Like, it is way the fuck hard. Like, I've seen this shit so many fucking times, and the fact that I could stop people from going too far is kind of a crazy fucking miracle that I could actually be one of the voice of reasons.
Look, I was talking though mainly about just the idea of trying to have a communist, you know, system going on. It's pretty fucking hard. Okay, because like, you know, it's like it might sound ideal on paper, but it's not going to work unless you got some ideal people going on there.
There are no ideal people.
Exactly. It fucking doesn't work.
I mean, I argue that the real problem with their security force is that it was not private. So the thing is that it was just, how can I say this? It was voluntary. Like anyone who wants to be a guard, come do it. Yay. You know?
And then you got a bunch of
but if they had like a private security force,
the more I talk to cops, Here's the
They
thing.
would have had training. Literally, like, I'll pay you X amount of money to just guard our fucking.
Here's the thing.
doors.
I've talked to so
Would have
many
been better
fucking.
than doing
Oh
shit.
yeah, did you hear about the couple who had an AR? They pointed at the
Yeah, everyone
protesters who were
talked about it.
threatening
Yeah,
people.
they're going to jail. We know.
Oh, they
Yeah.
are
And
going
it's
to jail.
bullshit.
They confiscated the AR and all
Oh,
that.
that's sad.
And
Yeah.
it's complete and total bullshit.
As
And
I
the
said,
fucking- the guy who ran over two people, dude. I forgot which state it was, but somebody, a bunch
Oh,
of
that dude's going to serve life. It
Yeah.
does not matter.
No,
yeah,
no, there's no way he's gonna serve them.
a bunch of fucking protesters were swarming the highway. He ran over like two people by, I guess. Trying to
Okay,
get
look. That same fucking thing happened in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
That dude is serving life.
All right.
Yeah.
And then
Like, they
also released like a felony arsonist from prison.
Yeah, like, there's so much going on. And I'm sorry, justice is not going to be served.
yeah. But what I'm
Like,
saying,
maybe that couple who was defending their property gets off.
maybe.
Well, they're kind of rich. I think I've heard.
Well,
Well, they're
it's not
both
just that.
lawyers. Both of them are fucking wealthy as shit lawyers.
Yeah,
Meaning
so-
they
Yeah.
fucking defend people out the ass and always win, almost.
Yeah, and they probably know
the
that
law like
and
the back
this
of their
is
hand.
that one is actually obvious bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, literally, they have, like, if you look at the situation, almost everything's on their side.
I mean, the protesters that were walking by the house were saying, "We're gonna kill you" or some shit. So.
They literally did say that.
It doesn't even fucking matter.
It was private
The
property.
protesters were walking on a private street inside the gate to these people's house.
In a gated community.
Yes.
Was it a gated community?
Yeah,
Because
it
I
was.
know
literally
it
said
was a
private property,
fucking
do not
gated
enter.
property.
The more that
Like,
you look
that
into...
road was private to that house.
I mean, it was private to the entire neighborhood in of itself. It just
Yeah.
wasn't that house.
Not that
Yeah.
house specifically, but yeah, that community. And they, before they even pulled their gun out, they were telling them to leave like so many times. It's like, you're not allowed here and everything like that. Like, holy
I mean-
shit, the amount of shit they did before they even pulled their gun out was insane. But yeah.
Yeah.
Like, those lawyers...
Yeah, it probably
gonna-
falls under castle doctrine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dude who ran over those people on the highway is probably going to get hit with multiple manslaughter charges.
Hold on,
Because
someone's asking me
at least
something.
one person did die.
Duffy, can you read the last thing? Like, every single time I try to read it, the words are moving.
The last
Yes.
thing.
It's,
The last comment.
it says something about Otaku,
Yeah.
where are you?
What are your thoughts on the idea of actually paying the cops a better wage compared to now? Because I heard that if they actually paid them better wages, police brutality would go down.
It won't.
Yes, that's actually true. Because here's the thing, is funny enough, Destiny, like, you know how laughingstock Destiny is amongst a lot of people. But
Yeah.
here's the thing, Destiny actually defends cops in the most reasonable way possible. Is that there's only one article or one like situation that ever happened where defunding the cops ever actually produced a more positive outcome. But if you look at it, hold on, Destiny brings up this. The thing is, those cops that defunded were federal cops, and they made the local cops funded more than like 400 times the amount. And that got them training, that got them to be more fit, that got them to be more well-equipped, that got them literally everything you could ask for a cop to be.
Well, you get paid more as a cop, more people will try to become them, which means that you have
A bigger pool to collect from.
No, they weren't getting
it becomes
pay
more
raises.
Well,
competitive,
no,
too.
because
They were not
most
getting
police
pay raises.
forces are understaffed, so
Hold on.
it would actually.
Hold on, Plot.
The big issue still is, unless you need to extend training,
No.
and specifically extend training in de-escalation, because
Yes,
you can.
That is what it was. it wasn't the fact that they got more pay or anything like that. The amount of benefits that went to them was training and de-escalation,
but
and
the
all
question
that
was
shit.
specifically about paying them more.
No,
Paying them more is not going to fucking actually
No.
reduce the right.
I don't think so.
Training them more effectively.
Get better trainers then.
Yeah, and a major problem is, look, you can actually see when police violence peaks.
Yes, there's
It
literally
peaks when it's fucking hot because everyone is on edge.
yes,
And
literally the temperature doesn't
you've
matter a fuck ton.
ever been in a situation where everyone is on edge, when it's so you can actually feel the tension to that point. It's so quick when someone snaps, and it just escalates from that.
Yeah, but when it comes to the all cops bastards movement and whatnot, it's like it's not that the cops are funded. It's not even the cops that are overfunded, because a lot of their shit.
Also, put
like,
fucking height and weight requirements on police officers.
I don't know about the height, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's more about.
Well, no,
athletic
you
ability.
need a put height and weight to where if you're under 5'10", you don't get to be a police officer, because if
No,
you're
I
a
don't believe in that.
5'6" guy going up against someone who's 6'4", you're way more likely to use excessive force. Because that excessive force isn't excessive when you're at a severe disadvantage.
You need to even the playing field. So
Sorry, I mean, I don't disagree with the fact of you're more likely to use excessive force. I just don't think that means you shouldn't be a cop. Because I think because you're at the severe disadvantage, you should be able to use excessive force. Well, quote unquote.
Yeah,
excessive.
you can. And that's actually an issue. Because if you look, the cop who kills someone is very rarely a 6'4" dude.
Well, I mean, when you think of people, is very rarely to be 6'4" in general.
No, but when you look at the type of person you want to be,
I understand what you're saying, Stuffy, because I'm 6'3". I've never, ever in my entire career of in the military or even drawing out people or being defensive, I've never pulled out my gun. I've been able to do everything with my hands and pull and fucking take people down like it's no problem. Even if they pull out a weapon, I don't even need a weapon because I'm fucking 6'3". I've always been able to fucking take someone down no matter fucking what and everything in all the situations. I understand that. But what I'm saying is I don't think it should be mandatory to be like that.
Well, let's say 5'10", 160 is the
just introduce
bare minimum.
Okay? Get a welterweight class for cops. Welterweight.
That's what I'm saying. 5'10", 160 is your minimum.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, get some actual weight classes so they can have a.
Well,
yeah,
that doesn't.
okay.
You're calling who is available.
Because
if your heavyweight is
people on the
20
ship.
miles away, well, there may be a body by the time he gets there, whereas the lightweight is within like a minute and a half.
If I had to say something, I think the light people should be inner security, instead with like fucking guns and everything. Like the outer security should be the fucking like people who are fucking strong as shit, and the inner security should be the people with the actual fucking guns.
Another problem is the people who have the most interactions with civilians are the new guy and the guy who has had multiple offenses.
That is fucking true
Yeah,
as shit.
It's uniforms. The guy in a uniform usually is not the guy who's been on the job a long time.
I wouldn't say that.
Maybe they should have like the ones with the guns, like the inner ones. They have the guns, but the ones who just don't use guns.
I'm talking about the people on the outside, the very outside. Yeah, they're more new people. I will agree to that. But the people on the more further inside, when it comes to the military, at the very least, they're usually They've been in a lot longer. They have more training and everything like
Yeah,
that.
but we're talking about
maybe you
police,
should
Like
have
where
I don't 100
uniformed
here's
police
the thing.
officers.
I don't
So maybe-
100%
maybe
know about the
you should
police. I've
have,
talked to a
you know, the
lot of
intercoms,
police
right?
officers, and it's somewhat similar, but not 100%. There will be cases where someone who's decently skilled will be on the outside.
Maybe
from
you
what
should
I've
have
Yeah,
heard.
but
right?
that's
You should have the intercops,
an
right? The
exception.
intercops with
It's
the guns.
usually an exception.
That's generally someone who hasn't tried to become a detective or doesn't play politics.
So maybe you should have the intercops have their guns, but the ones who aren't using guns, maybe you should at least more heavily armor them in case.
No,
the guy
bullshit.
Well,
has-
the problem is-
No, hold the fuck on. Bullshit. You should have the outer cops still have the fucking guns, but
Well,
you should
what
have
the
them
fuck
as
are you saying?
strong.
You said
No,
that-
hold on the fuck second. You should still have them be.
Fucking God.
No, shut the fuck up. You should have them.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
No, hold on. Plot, before you go, you should still have them fucking like built and everything like strong as shit so that what's it called? If something happens, they can de-escalate easily, and if an escalation happens, then you pull out the gun. That's what it should be. But yeah, but what I'm saying is let's get back into the anime.
Okay, I can barely talk about Origairu because I
I have
watched it.
not
Seen the new episode? Have you seen the new
I have
One
n-
Piece
no, I
chapter?
have
Yeah,
not.
but I
realized
have
it
to
came
watch
out, like-
Origairu like twice before I catch everything
Yeah, I have
because
not
it's another
seen-
dialogue-driven show.
Yeah, I have not watched the latest episode. I know one dropped like for season 3. Like I think it was today.
Oh
And-
yeah, it might have dropped today. The
Someone's
second episode might have dropped today.
Otaku, what are your thoughts on the idea of actually paying the cops better wage compared to
That
now?
was what we were answering.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You already answered that.
So why on earth is Dinosaur having an issue with Mason C. Dot? Said,
Mace?
Yeah, there's some guy in the chat that Dinosaur just was like saying, "Holy crap, Dino, you in here?" And then Dino's like, "No name, get out, not in the mood." Like, what?
Mace isn't bad. Like, what's it go? Mace, it fucking sucks. Like, when we're talking about OC spray, it literally is so strong that you can probably forget how to breathe, but you will breathe.
You know,
And everything like that. But it
right.
fucking sucks, but at the same time, it's not lethal.
Yeah, you know I'm talking about somebody in the chat, right? Not Mace the
Yes.
spray.
Oh. Okay.
Also, police very rarely use the mace that's actually effective.
That's
Yeah.
bullshit. No, they
Well-
always use OC spray.
But no, I gotta go. So
Alright, see you later, Plot.
It is getting late, man.
All and what I'm saying is all cops don't carry like multiple different maces for different situations. They just carry OC spray as well as
I was about to say
military.
they carry that little tube, don't they?
Is that really orange spray that
Yes.
they
No,
Because I remember seeing a video of this.
I don't know if
that
it's
shit
orange.
is rough.
I don't know if
Like-
it's orange, but I do know what's it called. They do carry a can of it's like one of the highest concentrated what's it called?
The thing is, I remember
Canisters
seeing a
for
video right,
maces.
of a protester walking up to a cop saying, "Arrest me!"
Yeah,
How dare you?" And
dude,
he
that's
sprayed it
I think I'm trying to remember what that spray is called, but it's a type of mace.
It was like in
that-
some big canister, like really big.
Yeah, and it sprays out like spray and insulation.
OC
Yeah, it
spray
was like
is
it wasn't like a spray.
okay.
but
I'll
it
tell
was
you
like
this:
street.
OC spray is literally hotter than the hottest pepper in the world. It's literally that, and that sprays into your eyes.
Oh yeah.
It's like OC spray is literally the hottest shit you can feel because it's almost it's not entirely, but it's almost pure capsaicin.
Yeah, you've got to have some type of device. You've got to have some type. Oh fuck the word.
Turn it
just-
into an OC. I know.
Yeah.
Turn it into a spray. You have to have something in there, but it's literally almost pure capsaicin.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's the clear shit that a lot of
No.
people carry.
A clear
Well,
I think it's actually that shit that's in a can with the little trigger.
Yeah.
yes, it does.
The stuff that's
Yeah, it's the riot shit. They
It
don't
has
carry that
somewhat a
most of
bit
the
a
time.
trigger. But what's it called?
Like when he shot it, it wasn't even like a spray. It looked more like a laser beam, kind of like a beam of just pepper spray.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it kind of is
Like a Spider-Man string shot.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know exactly because I had my eyes closed when I got sprayed with it. Because holy fucking shit, that shit burned. Because I got sprayed right in the eyes. So right when I opened my eyes, everything dripped into my eyes instantly. I was like, holy fucking shit. I was one of the few people in that test of like almost 100 people that got sprayed right in the eyes. And I was like, god damn, I was unlucky as shit.
Well, like that, the really strong pepper spray, because they tend to have diluted levels also.
No, OC spray isn't.
Well,
no,
I'm not talking about OC spray.
Yeah.
Police generally carry a diluted level of OC spray.
Not from what I've heard.
A similar pepper gas, but not as strong.
I heard they carry OC spray as well, not a diluted version of it.
Yeah, but they don't generally have that on them. Because when you spray that shit, it fucking hurts.
The reason they don't generally carry
shit.
No, the reason they don't generally carry it is because to be able to carry it, you have to get shot by it first in the eyes.
Yeah, and that shit, shooting it fucking hurts.
What do you mean shooting it hurts?
A lot of times there'll be a little bit of black backsplash.
Yeah, so
and like it, just the particulates in the air fucking hurt your eyes.
That's bullshit. It does hurt a little bit, but it's nowhere near.
Well, it's nowhere. I didn't say it was anywhere near as bad as getting hit with it directly.
I don't know. That's I've heard about that, and I've experienced it once. That is nowhere comparable. It's not even like on the fucking scale.
Like getting hit with the shit you could buy at a store that isn't like, a surplus store.
It's like getting barely slapped like that. Like it's like barely getting slapped, if anything.
Maybe it's like having like a I don't know, like you're rubbing your eyes a lot or something.
No, it just makes your eyes sting a little. It's not It's not bad. It'll make your eyes watery.
No, anytime I would use it, I would fucking close my eyes. What's it called? I don't know anyone that wasn't trained for us to close your eyes before you use it because you're supposed to see the target. I said fuck that. I'm closing my eyes just in case. I would definitely, right when I start shooting it, that's when I close my eyes.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to use that stuff within like 5 feet.
It's what you call light control. Light control is right before pulling out
before
your
you start hitting them.
No, actually, light control is still hitting them and everything like that. Light control is before you pull out your fucking baton.
That's what I meant.
Baton is actually considered partly light control or medium control, I can't remember. But it's also considered hard control depending on where you hit them. You're not supposed to use your baton on deadly spots like the head. If you and all that shit. Like your level of control 100% depends on where you hit them. And if you technically hit them in the wrong spot, they could go free and you go to jail.
Also, because it would be police brutality.
Also, Dr. Ludacris asked a question or something. I said, I wish there was more high fantasy without isekai elements. Thoughts on isekai taking over the fantasy genre of anime?
I mean... Yeah. I mean, I don't mind too terribly much about isekai. Because at the same time, I believe, like, it's one of those things, like, with enough isekai, I 100% drown out the fact that it's an isekai and go into it's a fantasy.
Yeah, some of the most...
As long as it doesn't fucking remind me that it's an isekai,
such as like what's it
I
called?
get
Sword
really
Online.
tired of everyone being based off of Dragon Quest.
Yeah, that could be a thing.
Because Dragon Quest is a game I cannot get into.
The only
I've
one I
tried.
Really was 8.
Like, I could get into Fire Emblem, but Dragon Quest is fucking boring.
Yeah, I think the only one I liked was Dragon Quest 8, and I think I don't know what it was, but I guess I just liked it. I guess there was like it was like I think it was probably like the first RPG I played besides Tales of Symphonia with like that kind of overworld map you ran around in. So I was like, I guess that was it for me. It's like it got me into it, and I didn't really mind the the classical sounding music was nice for me.
Yeah, but if I want to play with building mechanics, I'd rather play Digimon World 2.
Oh yeah, that one. I had so many issues with that one. I liked it, but there was like, oh my god, there were so many like little small issues. Like
yeah, but you know the funny thing? What? You go back and replay it, and you realize these issues still exist in mainstay JRPGs.
I mean, one of the few things I really did not like about it, though, I remember in the game, you would like the guard teams, right? They'd be on high alert. So when they let you in, they know who you are. But then they have to stop and check your ID after just letting you in.
Yeah, but then you go play a lot of RPGs do that shit.
I need one of y'all to read it because I keep trying to read the chat.
Which one?
I don't know which one. I keep trying to read the chat.
Okay,
and
so
then
that
I'm
sounds awful. Dizzy. It was awful. Kaiser, you didn't even know what 9/11 was until 2004. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, everyone, here's the ultimate question: Is normal male, female, or of trans? What?
I was just gonna ignore that question because
whatever your name is, Mason. See, what's it called? Please elaborate a little more on that.
I think it's normal from Garfield. In which case, I don't care because she's a kitten.
What? Okay, everyone here, the ultimate question is normal male, female, or of trans. Please elaborate on your question. I fucking can't tell it all this.
Elaborate your English or your sentence structure.
Literally, the entire room is spinning as shit.
Why did you drink that much then?
Because I just like drinking.
If it's normal from Garfield, I don't fucking care why their gender identity is. They're a
fucking cat, okay? What, do you want to know if you can fuck it or something? Or is it gay to fuck it? Like, it's fucking bestiality, okay? It's just
I mean, what are you, Shane Dawson?
Oh my god, that reminds me of that fucking meme I saw on my server where it shows 5 Shane Dawsons and a cat.
I downloaded that. Let me post it into the voice call.
Oh wait, oh no, I don't want to go to that because I know there was something not safe for work posted in my memes channel while I was recording, so I can't go into it. I need one of y'all to delete it because I can't do it, or else
Hold on, delete.
You mean this?
No, there was an actual not safe for work.
Yeah, give me a second.
That was posted. That showed full on.
Is it the one where? Yeah, there's a little booty on that. I'll delete that just in case.
I can't do it, or else I show the entire stream it, and I might get my channel struck.
Can you DM it to me because I want to see it?
I can't fucking.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, and I already deleted it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I saw it when I was on break, but I wasn't focusing on that. I only saw it like right before I changed the channel.
Oh boy.
Ugh.
I missed the booty call.
Yeah, fucking 5 Shane Dawsons and a fucking cat. I fucking laughed. I laughed so fucking hard at that. Like, I couldn't stop laughing.
Hey, Garfield. You're looking mighty pretty there.
Dude, remember the moment that time when Plot spent an hour and a half checking the math on whether or not traps are gay?
Oh my fucking god, I saw that. I know I contributed a little to it, but holy shit, the amount he contributed to it, I was like, I might agree with bruh here. He might be a little gay.
Say what?
bro was saying if you're spending that much time on dick size and everything, you might be gay.
No, that's just autistic because like
autism is a little gay.
Well, yes, depending on how you do your autism.
Yeah. Holy fuck, I just got to see his.
Well, he was trying to prove that traps are in fact gay.
Yeah, it depends on what your the sexual orientation of your autism is. So, and what gender it is. So, what gender is your autism? Okay, dinosaur. Goodbye.
It's 10:30.
It's 9:30 for me, so I don't know. Hell, I don't even go to bed till ever since the pandemic started. I haven't been going to bed. I've been going to bed at like 6 in the morning.
I tried to stop that because it gets by like 10 o'clock. It's 90 degrees here, so fuck that. Fuck that. I need to get up early.
I just run the air conditioner when I sleep.
Yeah, but I just want to go. I just want to sleep by like noon. So if I wake up early, I can take a nap at noon.
Get your beauty sleep.
Okay, I'm back.
Just sleep through the heat.
It's like 12:30 here. Let me look. Yeah.
Wait, 12:30. What?
Yeah.
It's not
right, Kaiser. Shut up.
12:30.
Shut up. But yeah, what's it called?
I'm in a different dimension.
Shut up.
Holy shit.
What's it called? Yes, Nemil Garfield.
What
are you thinking, Otaku? Thanks for answering my question. Please go to bed now, Otaku. Wait, what was the question I answered?
The Isekai one with the fantasy elements and all that.
Dino, why you hate?
Technically, you should be thanking me for bringing attention to your fucking question, dude. How dare you?
Thank you, Kaiser. I love you.
It wasn't your question. Ugh. God. Here's the worst part. One half of my headphones is broken, so that's just going into one ear. So that is like disgusting levels of ASMR.
I mean, like literally, I got up just a minute ago or so to go use the restroom. That's why I was AFK, and holy shit, I almost had to crawl my way to there. And I have to fucking cook later.
See, that just reminds me of the Zach Galifianakis joke where he's like, "You ever been so drunk that you wet the bed? Not in bed, just standing over it, pissing on it."
Oh, you pissed the bed. What are you, like 14? You're 14 and you're an edgy weeb lord.
Fucking dogs over 4 or 5 months old.
It's like, I've been pretty drunk in my time. Never been that drunk.
Nah, I've never been drunk enough to actually piss my bed. Even though
That wasn't even the thing. It was literally just piss on the bed.
So drunk you confused the bed for the toilet.
I've never... Like, here's the thing. Like, no matter how drunk I've been, I've never been drunk enough to confuse it. But I have been drunk enough to where I was... if there wasn't a medic there, I would have died. What's it called?
Yeah, that's called having a problem, dude.
Yeah, what's it called? I've been that drunk, but even in that state, I still did not confuse a fucking bed for a toilet.
I mean,
I don't understand those people. Like, apparently,
I'm just a grown ass man, so I go piss outside.
Nah, like, what's it called? Apparently, I was ignoring everyone when I needed to use the restroom, and they were trying to hold me back, and I fucking hit them away, and I went to the restroom, and I used the restroom, and I almost fell asleep while on the toilet, and they had to put my ass in, not like my ass, but they had to put me into the shower, because I started puking everywhere, and shit like that. And stuff like that. That was like when I literally almost died in okay, so the drinking contest was something like this. I did a drinking contest. I beat the first person, and then someone else challenged me to a drinking contest right after, and I went and drank them under the table as well. And then I was like, all right, I think I'm done.
Drank them under the table, okay.
Yeah, I drank 2 people under the table in a row. And then a third person wanted to challenge me, and I drank them to the point that they passed out as well. And
I'm sure they did pass out after you drank them under the table.
Yeah, and then after the third time, I was like, holy shit, 3 people in a row I drank on the table. I fucking blacked out after a little while. And then it got to the point that I can't remember much after...
How salty was it?
Salty? What the fuck you mean?
I mean, you drank them under the table, okay?
Yes, they literally drank so much that they passed out before me.
Okay, I mean, you just say drink them under the table. Alright.
Yes. What's it? I think I see what you mean. What's it called?
Oh my god.
That's a stupid joke. But what I'm saying is, what's it
You're the
called?
one who said it. You're the one who said it, so.
But what's it called? I drank 3 people in a row under the table to the point that I almost fucking died that day. But
So what did the medic do to save your life? I mean, aside from putting you in the shower.
What's it called? What did they do? They explained it to me. What they did was this. They saw according to them, this is what they asked. They saw I got into a drinking contest, and they asked how much I drank. And then my friends explained that I drank 3 people in a row under the table to the point that all 3 of them passed out. And they asked, what the fuck? How much did he drink? And then I was like, well, I drank this amount. And then what's it called? They forced so much water down my throat. They forced me to drink so much, and then they had a fucking trash can next to me and forced me to fucking puke up as much as I could. This was before I was trans. But yeah, they forced me to fucking...
Before you found anime.
Yeah, they fucking just were forcing so much shit down my throat, like both water and goldfish. It was the combination that they were trying to go with. They just kept forcing it down my throat, and I just kept puking it up. I would be on the toilet just shitting and everything, and then they forced, after it was all said and done, they put me...
Ipecac or something? Ipecac?
After it was all said and done, they put me in the shower and just turned the shower on and just let the water run all over me. And no, they let the shower run all over me, and eventually I fell asleep on their couch in one of their robes, shower robes that they let me borrow. I was naked under the shower robe and everything. That's what they let me do. But if that medic wasn't there, what they call a corpsman, because I was in the Navy, if that corpsman wasn't there, I probably would have died.
Yeah. Also, so Magician of D, I have a hunch that Unknown probably was born perpetually drunk.
Nah, he ends up having to clean up every now and then.
Here's the thing. You say I've been perpetually drunk for the last 5 years? That is actually untrue, because I may have got drunk now and drink every single time the podcast happens. But I've actually quit drinking as much as I can.
Yeah, you just make up for it with 45 shots.
Actually, that's pretty much how much I had. But yeah, what's it called? I pretty much
said that's how much you have, pretty much. So
I don't know. It was about a liter. I drank almost a fucking liter of Fireball.
A liter of what? Oh, Fireball. Okay.
Which is 33%. Let's see. If I was to get down to it, I drink so little that when I do drink, I drink so fucking much that it pretty much makes up for it.
So this kind of makes it pointless.
Not entirely. It's better to drink a little, and when I do drink, I drink a lot. It's better to do just just wait on when I do drink rather than
like make your own margaritas.
Yes, I love those. Holy shit, those are amazing.
Yeah.
That's when
I
drank a margarita with 15 shots inside the margarita, and I drank the entire thing myself with añejo tequila.
I think you had 2 of them when you were here for Anime Matsuri. Like
yeah, I had 2 of them over there, but it wasn't that strong considering a 15 shot of añejo tequila. Holy fucking shit, that was strong. I drank 2 and I got hungover just from 2. That was like, holy fucking shit. That was amazing. Like, I drank so much that I'm slurring my words. I can barely walk and everything like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think I will get hungover. But those margaritas, holy fucking shit, I will get hungover. Probably. Who knows?
You're so drunk that you probably like leave your house and wander all the way to Seattle into the Chaz without knowing where you are.
Nah.
No, you'd walk into Chaz knowing where you were going.
Unknown, don't check the Discord without having the screen covered.
Yeah, I mean,
he's gone black screen. Okay, he's supporting Black Lives Matter right now. So.
Wait, what? Seriously? That shouldn't be what it actually is.
Well, it's black screen right now on my end, so.
What the fuck? That shouldn't be what it is. Hold on, let me look at my Streamlabs and see what happened. Light capture? No. Window capture. Black screen fucked up. Hold on. Let me go into the settings.
Like, it's a black screen, but it's got our profile pictures up above. So.
Yeah, I see that. That's weird. That's not supposed to be what happened.
YouTube is forcing you to bend the knee.
No, it is weird. It went to the Discord cutout. Apparently, it won't show what the Discord is. Yeah, see, I can switch it to the fucking what's it called? I can switch to YouTube shit, but I can't switch it.
Wolf. You can switch it to Spice and Wolf too. So.
Yeah, I can't switch it to Discord anymore.
Oh man, Discord doesn't like you talking about that kind of stuff.
That's for the best.
Yeah, I just can't switch it to Discord. I didn't switch it to that. It won't load up Discord. I'll just have it as breaking news. Local wolf girl has comfy sleep.
You should have like a different version of it, like with just like a text that says breaking news, and you can change the text to anything.
I can do that if I want.
Just like a local news, breaking news.
Like, here's the thing. I was actually thinking of commissioning someone. Hey, by the way, if any of y'all know a commissioner that doesn't mind getting paid through strange means, what's it called?
Strange means. Ooh.
Maybe like Patreon, so I don't
That's not strange
dox myself or something like that. But what's it called? If y'all don't mind a commissioner, I might be able to pay them through Patreon if what's it called? They can allow it will show me drunk off my ass, and then every single everyone in the podcast will be like at the table. I will probably be drunk off my ass asleep. Everyone else will be there arguing and fighting, and it's like if y'all happen to know someone that will do this, link me them.
You know what you should?
I will pay them. I don't fucking care. It's like if
you should have one of us just like laying back in a chair and just have a stream of jizz flying upward, implying we're masturbating. Like one of us is masturbating while the whole everybody.
Dude, I will literally pay. Like, I will probably negotiate a price, but the highest I will go, I don't know if I want to say it online because then they will probably go that high.
No, yeah, you should make that happen, and then you should have get a collection of arrows that you can put on the stream to show whoever's there.
I don't know, Steffi. I'll let that to you. What do you think?
It's like, are you talking price? Here's the best way to put it: for commission, are you willing to go anime profile pic price or furry profile pic price?
No, what I'm saying is like an entire fucking picture that shows all of us, which means I will probably get your opinion on what you want to be represented as, Stuffy. So you got to think of your own fucking OC. And what's it called? I'll probably shill out $150, give or take.
Okay, look, I'll do the I've commissioned a few artists before. I'll look around, maybe like.
That's at the very most, and even then, I think I can get a few people that'll probably do it cheaper than that. But $150 is probably my absolute limit.
You need to get somebody who will do like one of those really funny like cartoon styles that just make it look ugly but hilarious looking.
No, I don't want ugly. I want, somewhat legit.
So you want like what, anime style, just legit good anime style or something?
Yeah, I'll probably be drunk off my ass. But what's it called? Everyone will pretty much be arguing and everything there, and then I will be drunk off my ass, pretty much passed out.
See, I'm surprised it won't just be a black meme.
But like the thing is, like, from my experience from commissioning artists, I've had it's usually like, how many characters do you want in there? That can determine the price. Like,
yes, I do know that because I've commissioned quite a few people.
So you may be paying more than $150.
That's why I said my limit will probably be $150 for the podcast because I don't want to shill out stupid amount. Hold on, let me go back to the podcast and see if it changed. Oh, I think I know what happened. Hold on, let me change. What the fuck? It won't even let me change switch to Discord. It just says blackout.
Yeah.
I can't.
You've been blacked.
Alright, whatever. I don't give a shit. We'll just keep it as this then.
We're bending the knee, folks. Oh, okay, you're doing that. Alright. We're bending the knee a little bit since there's some black screen, so.
No, what I did was I'm showing the chat as well.
Okay.
Ugh.
Yeah. Oh boy. So anyways, yeah. Ooh. Anime. Rent a Girlfriend. You seen that?
Oh man,
no.
I want to watch that because I've actually heard it. From what I've heard of the description, it sounds actually pretty fucking amazing. Because it's not just like some otaku who's so fucking lonely that they rent a girlfriend. It's actually not that. It's actually more of when they do rent a girlfriend, they feel so bad about renting it that they start asking why the fuck you rent it in the first place. And they get into the psychology and how what situation ended up to them renting the girlfriend in the first place. Being a rent-a-girlfriend. And I'm like, that is actually far more interesting than whatever the fuck I thought.
I think I read the manga before, and I think wasn't he like it because he like got like rejected or something?
No, I'm not talking about the guy. I'm talking about the girls.
Oh, okay. I thought you're talking about like why she would take the job, not why he would rent a girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay.
I've heard it described like that, and I'm like, holy shit, that is actually far more interesting than what I thought it was.
Well, I wouldn't hold my hopes out. People will say anything about something they like, so I would just maybe expect something decent, but don't expect too much.
What do you think, Stuffy? What would it be about that description?
Look, I've seen a lot of things that looked like they were going to be interesting turn out to be shit.
I mean, I've seen over 800 different anime, so I've seen that as well. But I go through fucking trash all the time and hopefully find a gem eventually.
I mean, that's kind of
yeah, but see, I've already found the best thing ever, which is Black Dynamite.
Meh.
Black Dynamite. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the movie's great. Dr. Wu and the evil Tang clan.
I've never seen the movie. I've only seen like episodes of like that cartoon that was on Adult Swim.
Oh, the cartoon was great too. Here's the thing, though: you gotta love blaxploitation for it to really hit, because it's heavily influenced by blaxploitation films.
Yeah.
And like, there's so many great fucking jokes in there if
That's
you've
a
watched
mess.
a lot of blaxploitation.
So when do you reveal that you all have been perpetually drunk for the past 5 years? Well,
we already kind of answered.
Well, I've been sober for 7.
I've been okay. Before I started the podcast with Digi, I've actually been sober for about 6 or so months. Before the podcast with Digi, and then I started drinking heavily again. I'm drinking.
So now you're doing 2 podcasts at once, huh?
Well, that just sounded like it was about to sober you up.
Yeah, I've been. Here's the thing. Stuff happened in my life, and I took serious consideration, and I think I quit alcohol for a good while. Because it was before the podcast, I quit alcohol for a good 6 months, and then before that, I drank one time, and then quit for another 6 months. So I was pretty much good for a whole year. I may have made jokes that I was drinking during my fucking Twitter rants, but I actually wasn't. But almost an entire year, I was sober for.
Well, you said there was like a life-changing event. What was that?
I don't want to say. But yeah, it pretty much was that. But now that, I don't know, I'm doing podcasts and all that shit.
Yeah, now you're juggling this one with the Digi podcast.
Yeah.
Which you basically named after his and Monkey's podcast, obviously.
Not considering to the fucking votes. I might change the podcast name now to the votes. Oh. And how close are you to being done to editing the new video, Kaiser?
Not done yet. Okay, I've got.
I was asking how close, not if you're done. I figured you weren't done.
I can't even remember. I didn't really give a percentage or something. I just
like how many minutes?
Probably like 4 or 5 minutes in.
Okay.
Because it's like I have to try to remember. I haven't seen Bleach in years, mind you. I saw it. I read it when it ended, and then I was like, okay, I haven't seen that shit in years, so I have to kind of relook up the episodes and shit.
Yeah. If
like,
anything,
I watched it all the way through, but I haven't seen it in years.
I told you a long time ago. If anything is like too fucking like obscure or you don't understand it, you can ask me because I have a general idea of whatever the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to just looking, if I'm just looking for scenes from the anime, I'm just thinking, I'm trying to remember what would be a good scene to use for here if I can't think of, like, a special little edit to do.
Yeah. I saw your freaking edits that you, like, okay, here's your hollow, and okay, here's your other thing. Yeah. And I've done both, and I fucking laughed my ass off so hard. Like, right when I saw it, I fucking busted out laughing. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Those were fucking great.
Basically, like, I basically put a picture of Yamamoto into Photoshop, and then I edited the colors, put some stars on it and stuff, put an eagle there and an AR-15. But then with the hollow one, I actually had to like draw it from hand because I didn't want to have to fucking take I drew it like in Photoshop with like the paint.
I didn't expect you to do that. I was expecting more of like just.
Dude, I've been doing that for a while. For like, I did that for videos for Nux. Like,
yeah, I didn't expect that. I was expecting more of like a badly photoshopped but hilarious at the same time of like a hollow mask on it, and I was like, holy shit, the amount of effort you put into it. I was thinking like maybe I could just raise you the pay for that single video.
You do what you want, but yeah, that like for me it's like that tends to be what I do. If I can't think of what I'm gonna do for something, like the fuck am I gonna kind of situation, what am I gonna put from the anime that would represent hollows crossing the border? So I figured, okay, I'll just draw that part by hand so I don't have to spend hours looking for fucking scenes. Because one thing I hate doing is not remembering shit from an anime that I could use. So I may as well just do certain stuff by myself.
I remember one specific scene that I want to use for the thumbnail. And this is like Ichigo looking somewhat to like the left but center. Like center left of the screen. And he's in like his stance of where he's holding his sword. His Shikai version of it. And is just holding it there. And then I want to use that picture and put a sombrero and a mustache all on it.
But then I went with the hollow, so...
No, I'm talking about for the thumbnail. And do that, and then put a giant maracas in his hand, and fucking use that as the thumbnail for if you hate Bleach, you're probably here illegally.
First of all, that is factually false, because I have not met a Mexican that didn't love Bleach.
Oh, yeah.
You'll just wait until you see this fucking video.
Could be a Canadian illegal, an illegal Canadian here. So
I do talk about keeping Canadians out as well.
Joe's probably been deportated multiple times from America.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I would love to meet Joe in real life because I think it would be so fucking surreal. Because then I could probably just ask him about every fucking thing I want. And then at the same time, I want to get into like a deep philosophical conversation with him, but only once I get like, because I study philosophy a lot in my spare time now, ever since a certain time. But no, not the pandemic. But there's a certain time I started. I'm not gonna say what time. There was a certain time I got to the point of where I wanted to study a lot more in philosophy.
That's how you found out about Aristotle.
Not entirely. I knew about Aristotle for a long time. I didn't know exactly.
You should have just gone with it. God damn it!
What?
It was a joke. You should have just gone with it.
But yeah.
I mean, let's talk about the real man, Diogenes.
Oh, Diogenes.
Oh man, there's so much about philosophy that I started really appreciating philosophy way more than I normally did, because I used to believe to the point of colleges should not pay for anything that doesn't make a profit or anything like that, and let whatever it is make a percentage amount. And then I got to the point of when I studied and looked at philosophy, and philosophy doesn't make a profit. And
no.
The only reason it makes profit is because the colleges pay out of pocket. And it was like, here's the thing. The reason why I used to believe this is this study, or this idea, was so that stuff like gender studies and all those literal propaganda fucking studies would be defunded. And then at the same time, this would defund philosophy in general. And like, okay.
It would also defund history departments.
Yes, that too.
They can no longer rewrite the books.
And then I'm to the point of like, okay, philosophy and history, these are two highly like important fucking things to learn and understand. Like, would I really want to defund these for these other things? And I'm to the point of like, no. I think if there was a consistent way that I would say,
maybe if they had like a special brand of college directed strictly at like philosophy and history, then
that wouldn't fix anything.
Well, I mean, he's
the thing is,
he wants to defund other things, but not philosophy and history. So
I do want to. Here's the thing: gender studies is not the only I want to defund. There's a lot of fucking things in college I want to defund, but those two things are like one of the things like I'm like, okay,
that would get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
Just defund. Make sure that the professors are kicked out, and as long as you can like gatekeep who the professors are, then it would be fine, I guess.
Because I've not only have I done a little bit of study into gender studies, I used to have a girlfriend a long time ago that took a gender studies course, and
came out feminist.
well, no, she was way more than just a feminist. She was a hardcore fucking feminist.
Feminazi?
Oh no, she was a fucking socialist and everything, and she fucking hated how much money I had and how much I was earning and all that shit. Holy shit! The amount of fucking shit I dealt with of her, I fucking
yeah.
like I had the biggest fucking headache ever.
The only way she would be happy is if we just kept on giving her a big fat paycheck.
Well, yeah, she kind of. Here's the thing: it was a love-hate situation where she loved how much I made, but hated how much I made at the same time, and all that shit. Like, she was, like I would not stop hearing about that. What's it called? Except for during certain times and all that. Like, eventually it got to the point that I fucking just got tired of it. Like, I don't give a shit anymore. Like, holy shit. She looked almost exactly like fucking... Have you ever seen what Cherry Crush looks like? Cherry Crush?
Oh, Cherry Crush. I've heard the name. I can't remember where I read it.
Yeah, just type it up in Google and look up Cherry Crush.
Oh, ASMR Cherry Crush?
Yes.
Okay. That's why I don't know about her. I don't give a shit about ASMR channels, so...
Yeah, she looked...
Alright, I'm gonna call it.
Hold on, I'm almost done. What I'm saying is, like, she looked almost exactly like Cherry Crush a long time ago. And, but she was... Her politics was so fucking insane and refused to, listen to reason. To the point that I gave up on her eventually.
Yeah, well...
Like,
at least you gave up on her before she tried to make a false rape accusation, right?
Hopefully. But yeah, it looked almost like this and shit like that.
Not exactly too attractive to me. Okay, that's like, you know.
No, I mean I'm attracted to basic white bitch, but
you're attracted to a basic bitch. Okay.
Specifically basic white bitch. But yeah.
Basic white bitch.
I mean, I can smell the fucking pumpkin spice.
But nah.
Seems to be common that white bitches be basic bitches.
But nah, she was a legitimate fucking like socialist in it. And I got to the point that not only did I get tired of politics, but I got tired of her fucking attitude and everything. And the more that shit happened, the more I started just hating her.
Yeah.
And like nothing she was doing was making up for it. Point of we started having a lot of trouble in our relationship and everything. And I got to the point that I fucking started hating her.
Just pull the fuck plug, dude. That's what you do. You gotta pull the plug.
I actually never pulled the plug. It was actually her that pulled the plug, but because I refused to change my ways.
Nothing of value was lost.
I didn't care too much when she pulled the plug because I refused to change my ways, and she refused to change her ways. But both of us were refusing to change. She compensate for the others.
Well, changed her ways pretty quickly when she went to that gender studies course.
Yeah, I mean, what's it called? She changed her ways for a good long while to get with me, and she was completely okay with all the fucking Nazi jokes and all that shit. Like, she was 100% okay, but once we started fucking and everything like that, that's when she started eventually changing her stance on the Nazi jokes.
Kind of like how it is with like Japanese marriages. You know, it's like they'll do any sexual favor you want, but once you put the marriage on the table, they change once they're actually married to you.
She wasn't married because she didn't believe in marriage, but what's it called? Yeah.
It's similar in that they change once they get that one new addition to their relationship.
I mean, if you want to be added, I see some people are asking about the voice chat. If you want to be added to the voice chat and join real fast, go into the general chat of my Discord. The link is in the description. I will add you as a friend and then invite you into the chat.
Yeah. So you gotta go into the Discord channel and then there you go.
Like I had a I had a bit of trouble with her and all that shit, and eventually got to the point that we both. Here's the thing: we both pretty much gave up on each other at the same time, almost. Like when she confronted me, I was about to actually confront her at the same time, and then we both pretty much said, "Nah, we fucking can't work out."
Well, if it can't work out, then there's nothing of value is lost. Okay.
But god damn, the fact that she looked almost exactly like Cherry Crush and all that shit. Like god damn. Like Cherry Crush is like a 9, she was like an 8.
Yeah. 4 out of 10.
Wait, you're calling that a 9?
Hold on. I would have to look up her I would have to look up her fucking recent photos and whatnot. These are just the ones that are online. I would have to look up her recent fucking photos. I can't do right now. I'm fucking tired as shit. Well, not tired as shit. I'm more of drunk as shit.
You're drunker than a giant fucking turd.
I literally have to keep one eye open and one eye closed so that it's not moving around.
Do you like switch which eyes are closed and which eyes are open?
Yes. Like right now, currently my left eye is closed, so I can read everything.
You gotta squint, man.
So when do we reveal the twist that
already seen
that. Then you all
Yeah, dude, you're way too fucking drunk.
You read that twice. We read that twice already.
Yeah, I just read it again. Yeah, I remember it.
God, either you're too drunk or you're too autistic.
A little both.
A little both, or more, maybe a bunch of both.
It's hilarious because the podcast, when I say all my girlfriends have been Nazis, is not entirely false. It is false in the sense of not all my girlfriends have been Nazi. It's just some of them have, like legitimate fucking fuck the Jews Nazis.
All right, let's fucking wrap this up, dude.
All right, fine. Anyone that wants to come into the podcast, you can DM me. For the last few questions. Hold on.
Unless it's like a special guest who wants to just have a one-on-one.
I mean, I don't mind. But what it's called? Pseudo Intellectual.
I mean, you've had a few times where somebody was like, just did it, just you and him or whatever. Like, I think a few times. Like maybe once or twice.
I'm trying to type in Pseudo Intellectual podcast, and I'm trying to see if there's any questions on the very last one.
Podcast.
Podcast. Because hentai, blah blah blah. Playing that's not okay. There was none on that one. Let's see.
I can't even see the questions. A black bar is blocking out like half of it.
Oh, I didn't put it to where I should. The question. Magical of the D. I still don't know how I'm supposed to appreciate the Toradora. Same way I appreciate the horizon of the middle of nowhere. Like, how am I supposed to comfortably fit myself into any level when the variety of the show on a multitude of these levels? It would have been far more efficient for Digibro. This is 7 months ago, so keep that in mind. Digibro to just apply the level of anime themselves rather than trying to apply it to the people, as well as been that what making all of this shit confusing.
Yeah, you called him Digibro. Now you gotta commit seppuku.
No, this is
7 months ago. I specifically mentioned 7 months ago for that.
Yeah, 7 months ago. It's early enough. You can get arrested for blackface, I guess. So why not just
Hey, it's Magical D is in the chat, and I just read their fucking question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when do we reveal?
You read that already.
Yeah.
The fuck is wrong with
fucking god, dude? We need to wrap this up just because you're too fucking hammered.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess no one's commented. No one DM'd me. No one's whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So I've been the unknown otaku. Take it away, Kaiser.
I'm Kaiser Trigger. I make fucking videos that are better than shit you've ever seen. I need somebody to subscribe to me on Patreon. God damn it! I made a fucking video that took 2 months and I rotoscoped a bunch of shit.
Stuffy, when's your Tsuneri video coming out?
Never. Nah, I gotta actually learn some fucking editing software.
I mean, you could probably learn from Kaiser. He's. Here's the thing, Kaiser's pretty fucking good at what he does. He just takes forever.
Yeah, but I don't want to bother him because I know he's actually busy doing that shit.
No, he's not.
I can take time, okay? If you want to learn a few things,
I just need to. I'll start with finding out what decent editing softwares are.
Just go Yo-Ho-Ho and get some Adobe.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured is Yoho, some Photoshop.
You tried DaVinci Resolve, but I don't know shit about DaVinci Resolve, okay? So
I was going to try GIMP.
I used GIMP for a lot of
Plot was the one that told me about GIMP, so I was going to say...
I will say this.
I think GIMP is for photos.
GIMP is like the free version of Photoshop, but Photoshop is way the fuck better.
Yeah, so
trust me, I've used both. I used Photoshop for years, back when I was in school and still learning all that shit. I took actually official fucking Photoshop classes, and then I swapped to GIMP after it because GIMP was the free version. I was like, holy shit, it takes so much longer to do everything in GIMP than it does in Photoshop, and GIMP is like the lesser version of Photoshop because it's the free version. It's what you get what you pay for, pretty much.
Basically,
yeah, I kind of figured.
Have a lot more tools with things like Premiere and DaVinci Resolve, so and it's more geared towards video editing. So GIMP it seems to be more geared towards photo manipulation.
I wouldn't say that.
You know, so I mean, like for example, Photoshop can edit videos technically, but it's really, really time consuming because it would take forever.
There's also the fact that when I actually sit down, I spend way more time on one joke than I'd like to admit.
Fuck, I've been outed. It looks like I have to commit Sudoku. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to commit seppuku. Sudoku. So anyways, yeah, I can teach you sometime if you want.
If I sit down and actually do it, I'll hit you up, man.
But first, you need to get a fucking computer instead of using your fucking phone.
I'm on a computer right now.
Oh, I thought you've always had your phone.
I usually use my phone because I like to stand up and walk around.
You have
walk around.
What kind of RAM do you have on your computer?
I think it's 16 gigs.
Okay. You should be able to run Premiere and stuff.
No, that's ain't much. But yeah.
I mean, the big problem I'll run into is I got fucking slow ass internet, so uploading a video is going to be a bitch.
Yeah, well, I guess got to make sure that the video you upload is at least decent enough, so that you can, I guess, feel satisfied until you finish your next one.
Way more.
I don't know if Stuffy wants to finish the next one. I think he only wanted to put out that 2 videos. 2 videos. The only one
I've literally come up with 2 ideas, and one of them I'm running into the issue.
And the other one I thought was like an Ava video.
Oh no, I've come up with more ideas than 2 then.
Okay, I remember just a Tsundere video and an Ava video.
I think I've got like less than 150 words on the Tsundere video too. That's the shitty part.
Dude, when it comes to scripting, I script like fucking essays, so it's like, yeah, 150 words is not gonna fucking cut it unless it's like.
Well, no, the issue I run into is I'll sit there for 4 hours writing a joke. It's like, okay, I've rewritten this joke 15 fucking times.
you just got to sit down and say, okay, look, I'm done with the joke. It's done. Okay, because that's what I do. I just like, it's you just got to get your priorities straightened out. Like in that case, if you're gonna rewrite the joke, you gotta make sure you have to put like a hard limit on how many rewrites you can do on one fucking joke.
Well, it's also writing the segue to the next joke, which is supposed to be the meat. Like, the segue is where I'm putting any information.
The segues basically should lead up to the joke, so.
Well, not just that. The segues are where I'm putting my information.
Yeah, but you need
So
Oh,
I
here we
get
go.
this nice little pulse.
Discord finally been able to capture what it was again.
Well, what I'm saying is you should just, try to make it so that when you write the script, the segues can, like, hopefully naturally lead into that next joke. So it's not just an abrupt stop and just, By the way, did you know about this joke I had?
Oh, that's the thing. I think I've got it would record out to like 3.5, 4 minutes. And I'm definitely trying to keep it under 10 for a video about tsunderes that's literally just, let me explain why non-otaku is wrong.
Oh yeah, because I haven't even told you what my reasons are, and you're already saying I'm wrong. Why,
dude? You know the hilarious thing? I'm not even gonna bring up your reasons.
Yeah, I know.
It's literally just I'm gonna sell you on tsunderes.
Yeah, like my reasons, like.
Not saying it's all about that blush.
I pretty much shit on I pretty much shit on tsunderes and praise yanderes. I still have that video in construction. I have it almost
and I
fully
literally
done.
just say, yeah, they're finding parts of unknown otaku across several major highways.
Here's the thing. I will tell you, like, if you.
By the way, dude, you're still fucking live.
Yeah, I know. If you ever make that video, I will, what's it called, advertise it and everything as much as I can.
Yeah, I know.
Even if I 100% disagree with it, I'll still put it out.
It's probably going to be like the background will literally be my shitty Total War gameplay.
Total War gameplay.
I'll do the good thing and run Emmerich so it's just a bunch of fucking dragons.
I think the only game I've played recently is I recently got a Saints Row the Third and the Fourth on like the Steam summer sale.
Oh, I picked up a lot of stuff on the Steam summer sale.
I see 2 of Kaiser's profile, 2 Stuffies, and like 1.5 of mine.
Yeah.
I also just remembered, like, not that long ago, like, I was like, oh, wait, when the fuck did I buy Grand Theft Auto 4? I didn't remember buying it, so I was like, oh, it's in my Steam library. Okay.
Let's see. I bought VTM Bloodlines because that game is fucking awesome. Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2 because those games are fucking awesome. Yeah. Planescape Torment because that game's fucking awesome. Like, I just play a fuck ton of RPGs because they're more fun. They're the games I go to for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I've also like been trying to learn SFM recently, so it's like, so I can do some kind of animation, I guess.
So, are you going to do a lot of Overwatch porn?
Oh, wow! I'm sure that would make a lot of money.
Hold on, let me bring up my SFM folder.
It's like, let me bring up my SFM folder. Why is it nothing but Overwatch porn? Shut up!
Actually, I don't know what the majority of it is. I think a good deal of it is Bleach.
Somebody tells you that, oh, I've got some porn in my folder. It's SFM porn, and then they reveal, right? And it's all just a bunch of fat bastards.
Gross.
I mean, I will say that's the one thing Blizzard has done right in the past 4 years is they made a game that was just rife with SFM porn.
Indulge me.
So I guess the models must work really well, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the one thing I really just have found about SFM that I don't like is a lot of like if you're trying to make anime videos, right? The models on the workshop tend to really suck. Except for maybe like the Dragon Ball Z models and a very few selection of like anime models, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But most of them they always have I have not been able to get them to work too well with like lighting for some reason. So yeah, it looks really bad. Like there's some kind of grain all over them that never seems to work too well.
Yeah, a lot of models that are made that I know of, or just randomly, as long as you try it though, are for Warcraft 3.
Mm.
And they, fuck, I don't.
I don't know. The one thing I want to do is I want to get like a custom model, like maybe of my avatar or a character or something, you know. That way I can just have myself in there. But yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. And I don't want to just use the regular TF2 models, so unless it's like just for one character or something. It's like a little short. Feeling okay?
God, I forgot about the white pride Skittles that are going around.
The what? White Pride Skittles?
For Pride Month, Skittles released white Skittles because only one rainbow matters. But like
White
Pride Edition is written across it.
Link it.
White Pride Skittles.
Link it.
Fucking
Oh, yeah. Let me grab the pic. I hope that this better fucking be real. On, fuck. Trying to do this shit while like half asleep.
And Pride, only one rainbow matters. I can't.
You notice the problem?
It's white, but yeah. One rainbow.
The white rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the fact that literally Pride is written across the top.
Yeah, I saw Pride and it's LGBT colors.
Yeah.
All white.
Like they did not think this through completely.
It's almost like your original Skittles were perfect for Pride Month.
Actually, yeah, it was because every single Skittle was part of the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Hilariously enough, Skittles is perfect for Pride Month, and they don't really capitalize
their motto is "Taste the Rainbow."
Yeah, because they have every color of the rainbow.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. You're getting really drunk there. Are you sure you want to keep going on this stream? You sound like you're hyperventilating, like you got the COVID or some shit.
Yeah, dude. Like,
I might puke soon.
Yeah, let's cut the stream.
Right.
Unless you want to puke on stream as like an ending.
I would more than likely mute myself before I do that.
Okay.
Y'all can make an outro though. I'm probably gonna
I'm out.
Puke.
Yeah, like I said, I made a video on another channel. Okay, it took 2 months to make. It's worth it. Subscribe to me on Patreon. God damn it.
Who are you?
I am Kaiser Trigger and Webster Dexter. Those are my 2 channel names.
What the fuck? I've never heard of Webster.
I linked it on my Discord, which you are in.
Oh, you got Stuffy.
I'm out.
Alright, and I'm Leona Otaku signing off. I'm probably gonna go puke. Sayonara, Iya-san. Good night. Bye-bye.